Hello, everyone. This is Samia Khan joining you a few minutes early. I thought I would start the show slightly early because I saw this feed coming in where it looks like they are putting up the official Christmas tree at the Capitol in D.C. Thought I would show you how they do it, bringing in these live images from D.C. I'll have all your top stories in just a couple minutes. I know some of you guys in the chat room asking about the hostage situation in Mali. So we'll give you an update on that, plus many more stories. And today, later on, we'll get a rally featuring Ben Carson and a presidential forum featuring Donald Trump. Alright guys, it looks like our feed from DC is actually frozen, so don't think that it was a News Now glitch or problem. It was actually the feed coming in from New York. Hello everyone, hope you're having a wonderful Friday morning. Happy Friday, November 20th. I can't believe Thanksgiving is just next week. That is crazy but exciting. I love Thanksgiving because I love food. I'd love to know what your favorite Thanksgiving items are in the chat room, but we'll talk about that a little bit later because we have a lot of major news to talk about. As you may or may not know, if you've gone on the internet at all today, which I know you have because you're here watching us, 100 plus hostages have been held at a hotel in Mali. Now, I don't have pictures that I can use directly, any video or anything, but I do have access to Twitter, and I do have images of the hotel itself, the Radisson Blu, I believe. So let's go ahead and check Twitter right now for the latest on this situation that's unfolding. Mali's still trending nationwide on Twitter. When I woke up this morning, it was the #1 trend on Twitter, still at number 3. Al-Qaeda affiliate group claims Mali attack. We know at least 3 people were killed, more than 100 people taken hostage, apparently 130. We are seeing reports now from cable news networks that no more hostages are being held at the hotel. We know forces did storm the hotel to rescue those hostages. No official count in terms of how many people injured or how many people were killed in this unfortunate attack. We know at least 3 people were killed, and now we're seeing this tweet from Sky News just a minute ago saying 2 gunmen were killed during the Mali hotel siege, according to Malian military sources. So this is what we're learning right now. Is Mali safe to visit? That is the question I had. I guess I'm not the only one wondering how safe of a country Mali is. We know multiple Americans, people of different nationalities staying at this hotel. What's this right here? 18 bodies recovered. What is this about? That's unfortunate. We know earlier 3 people, 1 French national and 2 Malians, had been killed. I'm gonna go ahead and show you. This is the hotel's Twitter page. Our priority is the safety of those in Bamako, Mali. Phone lines have been established for concerned families. This is a full media statement here. We are closely following the hostage-taking incident. Okay, that's an older statement. At this point, all of our newest news coming in from Twitter. In fact, I'm going to actually go ahead and check my Associated Press wires to see what we're getting in right now. Let me go ahead, in the meantime, show you guys some of the photos that were coming in out of Mali. You can see people running from the scene. Gunmen seizing more than 100 hostages. Throughout the morning here, which is the afternoon there, we had heard that people were being freed from the hotel. Military storming in. Again, according to reports, there are no more hostages being held at the hotel. So this is what we have from the Associated Press as of a few minutes ago. Islamic extremists armed with guns and throwing grenades stormed the Radisson Blu Hotel in Mali's capital Friday morning killing at least 3 people and taking numerous hostages, authorities said. Malian troops, backed by special forces from America and France, reacted quickly as people ran for their lives near the luxury hotel along a dirt road. The soldiers, in full combat gear, we can show some of those pictures here, pointed the way to safety. Within hours, local TV images showed heavily armed troops in what appeared to be a lobby area. Malian state TV reported that 80 people had been freed. Malian special forces were freeing hostages floor by floor. Now, according to the group that operates the hotel, hours after the assault began, 125 guests and 13 employees had remained in the hotel. U.S. Special Forces were assisting Malian forces in hostage rescuing efforts. President Barack Obama said he's monitoring the situation. A U.S. military official says at least 6 Americans have been evacuated from the hotel. And let's see. This is what we knew an hour ago. Spokesman for the U.S. Africa Command said U.S. military forces stationed in Mali are helping to secure the scene of a hotel attack in that country. He says American military personnel have helped move civilians to secure locations as the Malian military deals with the gunmen who stormed the hotel. A State Department spokesman says Americans might be present at the hotel and that the U.S. Embassy in Bamako is working to verify this. The company that owns the hotel says nearly 140 guests and employees were still in the hotel. Again, that was over an hour ago, but now we're hearing reports that every hostage has been freed, or rather there are no more hostages inside that hotel. Seeing things like the gunman went straight for the 7th floor. You see the people taking hostages out of the hotel. Everyone reporting no more hostages at the hotel in Mali. In fact, I'm going to confirm this by going to foxnews.com. Looks like Fox News has not updated their website yet. But I did see tweets on the internet that said, according to hostages that were freed, according to hostages that were freed, the gunman spoke English. Deejah Strachan asking any verified deaths in this insane attack. Well, according to the Associated Press and my sources, at least 3 people have been confirmed killed. I know that Rachel in the chat room is saying 15. I know Rachel's been monitoring this as well. Many people from all over the world stay at this hotel, many different nationalities. We know people were there from India, from the United States. Now I'm seeing this. UN peacekeepers report seeing at least 27 bodies at the site of the siege. Again, this is all according to the tweets that are coming in the last couple minutes. Obviously, very sad. Don't have too much official information still. What is the hashtag with this? I know everyone's searching Mali, but maybe we should do hashtag Mali attacks. Security message from the U.S. Embassy. Interesting. The security incident at the Radisson Hotel is ongoing, and all U.S. citizens are encouraged to continue sheltering in place. The U.S. Embassy is discouraging any movement around the city unless it's travel to a safer location, such as your home. Continue monitoring local media for updates and adhere to the instructions of local authorities. We're seeing something like this. Belgian officials said to be among the dead at the Mali hotel. Let me see if there's any information I can get from the New York Times to better inform you guys, any official information. Some of you may be wondering where exactly Mali is. Mali is in Africa. I'm going to go ahead and pull up that map for you. And Bamako is right here in southern Mali. Radisson, blue. I guess they don't have Google Street View in Mali, but we can at least do an Earth view. We have these images of what it looks like inside. And it's considered a luxury hotel in the capital of Mali. Oops. There we go. That is what we're looking at right there. Now, according to the New York Times, the Mali hotel attack has left dozens dead, hostages taken. A senior United Nations official said that as many as 29 people had been killed so far, with bodies found in the basement and on the second floor. An unknown number of gunmen, perhaps 4 or 5, took about 100 hostages at the beginning of the siege. This authority said that soldiers had sealed the perimeter and were now looking inside the hotel for terrorists. Several dozen hostages, many of them crying, including women, children, and older people, had begun streaming out of the hotel after hiding in their rooms. Apparently, the military had evacuated dozens of people from the hotel and taken them to a gym nearby. According to the operators of the hotel, 125 guests and 13 employees were inside at their last tally on Friday morning. American defense officials said that 12 to 15 Americans were believed to have been at the hotel when the gunmen first arrived. 6 American citizens have been recovered safely from the hotel. The status of the other Americans is not clear. The siege in Mali, interestingly enough, Mali is itself a former French colony. Again, this attack comes exactly a week after the terrorists with assault rifles and suicide vests killed 129 people in attacks across Paris. Right now, it's unclear who is responsible for the attack in Mali, but the country has long struggled with insurrection and Islamic extremism. As I mentioned earlier, the Radisson Blu Hotel is a popular place for foreigners to stay while in the capital of Mali. We know that Americans were there, French citizens were there, about 20 Indian citizens were there, and all of them were evacuated safely, according to the Indian ambassador to Mali. Germany's foreign ministry said 2 Germans were among the hostages who had been released from the hotel. 4 Belgians were registered in the hotel, according to a foreign ministry spokesman in the country, but their situation is unknown. A diplomat at the Chinese embassy said that 8 Chinese business people had been trapped in the hotel as well. Embassy officials at the scene were in touch with some of the Chinese hostages by WeChat, a Chinese messaging service. Later, China's national broadcaster, CCTV, reported that 4 of the Chinese citizens had been freed. A Malian journalist who was in a building about 160 feet from the Radisson said the attackers had told hostages to recite a declaration of Muslim faith as a way of separating Muslims from non-Muslims. Those who could recite the declaration, the Shahada, were allowed to leave the hotel. The Shabab, a Qaeda affiliate in East Africa, used a similar approach in the attack at the Westgate Mall in Nairobi in 2013. Now, here are some quotes from some of the people who survived, who were evacuated. "We were just evacuated from the hotel by security forces. I know that there are a lot of people inside right now," one hostage told France 24 TV. "I saw bodies in the lobby. What is happening right now is really horrible. I was hidden in my room barely a couple seconds ago, and someone shouted telling us to get out. My door was smashed open. The security forces arrived." Another French hostage, who did not want to be identified, told a friend in Bamako that a group of people were trapped on the roof of the hotel, along with the body of one person who had died in the attack. The hostage told the friend that the French consulate had told hostages by text message to stay put and wait for military assault. Now go back and see what images we might have access to. These are some of the images being posted on Twitter right now. This one courtesy of Alex Savage. Here is the website for the hotel. There's a statement on the homepage. You can see it as a luxury hotel. No, I've given you information from the New York Times. Going to now check with the BBC. On their homepage says no more hostages in Mali hotel. Their article updated 7 minutes ago. Malian officials say suspected gunmen who stormed a hotel in the capital have no more hostages. We're being told that the gunmen entered the hotel and seized 170 people. Those gunmen coming in, shooting and shouting, "God is great," in Arabic. Again, we know at least 3 people have died and 2 soldiers wounded. One of those killed was a member of parliament in Belgium's Wallonia region, according to the BBC. As of right now, there's not yet an established link between these attacks and the ones that occurred in Paris a week ago that killed 130 people. Let's go back to Twitter, see what we can find. Daily. Homepage of the Daily Mail. This is the main story. Terror in Mali. U.S. Special Forces storm, siege hotel, and free 6 American hostages from jihadist gunmen who flee to roof as 3 other Islamists are killed, but dozens of guests are still inside. Again, they have not updated their post, apparently. The gunmen again fleeing to the roof. According to the Daily Mail, 27 people killed. Those terrorists were armed with AK-47s and hand grenades in the capital of Mali at that hotel, the Radisson Blu Hotel. Up to 10 gunmen were involved in this situation. Gunmen spoke in English and tested hostages' knowledge of the Quran before allowing the Muslim hostages to leave. Automatic weapons fire was heard on the 7th floor of the hotel, where it was thought as many as 10 militants roamed through the building looking for guests and members of staff. All of the remaining hostages have since been freed after special forces raided the building. Among the victims, again, were a Belgian diplomat and a French national. 6 American nationals, again, were rescued alive, but several other Americans remain among the unaccounted for after they were trapped inside of the hotel. According to the Daily Mail, 3 of the gunmen have been killed, and the remaining terrorists have been seen headed to the roof as a rescue team, led by U.S. Special Forces, made their way through the building. Now, an Al-Qaeda affiliated group, Al-Murabitun, based in northern Mali, have claimed responsibility for the attack. Kind of see some of the stuff. These are everything posted in the Daily Mail, on the Daily Mail's website. Lots of videos, photos. See the French president making comments on that. I do have some clips of different officials commenting on the situation. Hello everyone, I'm going to go ahead and pull up some of these clips for you now. Really just a sad situation. I wish I didn't have to report on all these terrible attacks. I wish that we were talking about, that we just had politics to talk about, but unfortunately this is the top story around the world right this second. Let's see, I have this clip of the president of France speaking on the situation in Mali. Again, I don't know if this actually is in English or just solely in French, but let's go ahead and listen in.
Des terroristes sont entrés dans un hôtel à Bamako et ont pris des otages. Je suis en relation permanente avec les autorités maliennes. Je viens d'avoir le président Ibrahim Keïta du Mali et je lui ai assuré que la France était disponible pour apporter aux forces de son pays le soutien nécessaire. L'assaut a été donné et nous ferons en sorte, avec les moyens qui sont les nôtres sur place, de pouvoir obtenir la libération des otages. Une fois encore, les terroristes veulent marquer de leur présence barbare tous les lieux où ils peuvent tuer, où ils peuvent impressionner et massacrer. Donc nous devons, une fois encore, tenir bon et montrer notre solidarité à l'égard d'un pays ami, le Mali. C'est d'autant plus important.
All right, guys, this is clearly not in English. I believe there were a couple other authorities who also spoke on this.
So before yesterday, so I really welcome.
Right now there is action by the Malian forces which has started, and so far as French are concerned, we are taking all the necessary steps in order to solve that crisis. It is not because of what we are doing that they attack us. It's because they want to attack us that we have to deal with them. Right now, a resolution is discussed in UN at the initiative of France, which hopefully will have the support of all the countries in the Security Council in order to fight in a more efficient way against ISIL.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, guys, those remarks were made prior to the news now that all the hostages have been freed, or rather, there were no more hostages. I'm seeing reports, however, that the attackers are still inside that hotel in Mali. I'm going to go ahead and check in with my Associated Press wires, see if I'm getting anything new. Alright, this is the latest in the Mali attack. I just got a brand new article on this. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a map of Mali because that makes the most sense visually. Alright.
It is not.
So this is what we have now. In terms of our Associated Press sources. Islamic extremists armed with guns and throwing grenades stormed the Radisson Blu Hotel in Mali's capital Friday morning, killing at least 3 people and hostages. Malian troops backed by special forces from American France reacted quickly. As people ran for their lives near the luxury hotel along a dirt road, the soldiers in full combat gear pointed the way to safety, sometimes escorting civilians with a protective arm around their shoulder. Within hours, local TV images showed heavily armed troops in what appeared to be a lobby area. Malian state TV reported that 80 people had been freed. An extremist group that 2 years ago split from al-Qaeda's North Africa branch and led by Mokhtar Belmokhtar claimed responsibility for the attack in a recorded statement carried by Al Jazeera. The group said it wanted fighters freed from Mali's prisons and for attacks against northern Malians to stop. The jihadist group, known as the Murabituns, was formed in 2013 after Belmokhtar left al-Qaeda and fused with a Malian militant group. The statement issued Friday said the Murabituns had attacked in coordination with the Sahara Emirate affiliated with al-Qaeda. No gunfire continued into the late afternoon. Malian Army Commander Modibo Nama Traore said operations were continuing and it was not yet confirmed that all hostages were freed. Again, this was according to an earlier report. Now, the guests at this sprawling cream and pink colored luxury hotel, which has 190 rooms and features a spa, outdoor pool, and a ballroom, came from many countries. But the attack was perceived by many in France, particularly the government, as a new attack on French interests a week after the Paris attacks. As you may or may not know, Mali was once a French colony. If you're interested in the hotel itself, here are some images. Of the hotel. You can see it's very modern. You can see that there's this stairwell, spiral stairwell. That is what the exterior of the building looks like. I wonder if the pool is on the roof. Let's look at some traveler photos. We did hear that the gunmen had gone up to the roof. I think that just shows the view in the area. You can get a feel for what the hotel looks like. These are some images from inside. Again, this is courtesy of Sky News. You can see the front of the hotel, windows shattered. Obviously, pretty scary situation to be in. I can't imagine having stayed at that hotel. Death toll rises as authorities go room to room. These are the latest pictures from Mali. Death toll rises. Prime Minister David Cameron, my thoughts are with those caught up in Bamako. We stand with our partners around the world in the fight against terrorism. UN officials say peacekeepers on the scene at the Mali Radisson Blu Hotel saw 27 bodies. We do know as of half an hour ago there are no more hostages at the scene. I'm gonna check the Mali hashtag to see what the latest tweets are. NPR saying deaths may be undercounted, hopefully a hostage situation. Obviously, this, when you search Mali on Twitter, you're going to have a combination of regular people as well as news organizations tweeting. Again, according to The Guardian as well, UN counts 27 bodies as hostage situation ends. Gunmen have attacked the hotel. Dozens killed. Again, these are some of the images that have been posted on Twitter from the scene of that hotel. There's the front of the hotel. Really just a sad situation. We can show Mali in relation to France, where the attacks occurred. Mali right here. And that's all the information we have right now. Alright guys, we're going to continue to monitor this situation in Mali, and as soon as we get official updates from any sort of official, we will let you know that information. I know many of you guys want to know the death count. We have confirmed 3 individuals killed. We're hearing reports of 27 bodies seen from a UN official. Until I get an official report, I can't really tell you how many people have been killed, but obviously a very sad situation out there in the capital of Mali. Moving on to some of our other top story is a 3rd body has been found in that raided Paris apartment. As you know, a couple days ago, French authorities were in a standoff with the so-called mastermind of the Paris attacks. It was confirmed yesterday that that mastermind, Abdelhamid Aboud, was killed. He, along with his cousin, who apparently she had blown herself up, were killed in that raid a couple days ago. Well, now it turns out that a 3rd body has been found. It has not been identified. I did read somewhere that the 3rd body was that of a female. That's the information I have right now. I'm going to play for you a couple of clips related to that whole attack. This one is the French Interior Minister talking about the attacks. Again, not sure if this is English or French, but let's find out.
Justice et Affaires intérieures d'aujourd'hui 20 novembre 2015. Notre présidence, la présidence luxembourgeoise, a souhaité inviter.
We need to act swiftly and with force. Europe owes this to all victims of terrorism and to their family. We will have a national plan to combat illegally obtained firearms. And finally, we are going to continue our work combating the illegal trafficking of illegal arms from the Balkans. The strengthening of the controls at external borders is indispensable for the protection of European citizens, especially in the light of the recent terrorist attacks. We've been saying this for months now.
All right, guys, so that was the French Interior Minister talking about last week's Paris attacks. I do have a couple other stories from Fox National regarding the fight against ISIS and the threats that ISIS serves. This story coming up momentarily.
ISIS releasing another propaganda video threatening new attacks on the U.S., specifically the White House, adding to fears across the country. And that concern is being echoed by the federal government.
The threat here focuses primarily on troubled souls in America who are being inspired or enabled online to do something violent for ISIL.
FBI Director James Comey and Attorney General Loretta Lynch speaking Thursday.
First, the threat. We are not aware of any credible threat here.
Our highest priority is and will remain the security of our homeland.
Both officials addressing the increased level of anxiety that has arisen since the Paris attacks.
There was no credible threat before the Paris attacks. We don't necessarily have to have intelligence in order for an attack to occur.
We're acting aggressively to defuse threats as they emerge.
Meanwhile, in cities across the U.S., Americans can expect to see a larger physical law enforcement presence as the FBI, Homeland Security, Joint Terrorism Task Forces say they are, quote, heightening their posture through the holiday season.
What needs to happen here is that you can't let people in unless they can pass a background check. What's so outrageous about that? The number one obligation of the federal government is to keep us safe.
The taxpayers of this country have invested a lot of their money in building a national counterterrorism capability since 9/11, and that has built something very strong. We are not perfect, but we are good.
On Thursday, citing a national security threat, House Republicans approved legislation to impose new measures on Iraqi and Syrian refugees seeking to resettle in this country. The White House previously threatened a presidential veto of the GOP's bill. Lauren Green, Fox News.
Here on Capitol Hill, this may all come down to the Senate, where some Democrats may wind up filibustering these new stringent requirements for security checks for incoming Syrian refugees. The president, meantime, promises to move forward. President Obama arriving this morning in Malaysia, making his way to a town hall event with young people and invoking last week's attacks in Paris.
You can set an example, not just to stand up to violent extremism, but to build interfaith dialogue, promote tolerance.
Meantime, in France, after killing the architect behind the terror attacks, police there are still trying to track down others who might have been involved. There is more unease around the world as ISIS has released new videos, leveling threats that specifically mention the United States. Although FBI Director Jim Comey told Congress yesterday that all of this must be kept in perspective.
ISIL and its supporters put out all kinds of propaganda like videos and magazines, but that is not credible intelligence. Of course, we investigate all of those propaganda threats.
But Comey has also raised concerns about the challenges involved in vetting the 10,000 Syrian refugees that the administration would like to allow into the U.S. And in a stinging rebuke of that plan, Republicans in the House, along with many Democrats, passed a measure yesterday to require a more stringent review process, something the president has promised to veto, saying it's not in keeping with U.S. values.
It baffles me. I just, for the life of me, don't understand why his veto threat came as it did, especially given the fact that his own law enforcement top officials came to Congress and testified that there are gaps in this refugee program.
Now, this vote seems to have really surprised the White House yesterday, specifically the fact that 47 Democrats joined with Republicans to support these new screening requirements. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, guys, now we're going live to New Hampshire where Ben Carson is. Ben Carson, the GOP presidential candidate in New Hampshire, filing for the New Hampshire ballot. These are the images that are coming in live from New Hampshire. Stay tuned, guys. More news now ahead. I believe Ben Carson will be speaking momentarily. Until then, we'll be carrying these live images for you straight from New Hampshire.
An honor show. Pleasure to meet you.
Hi there.
How you doing? Nice to see you.
He's so smart.
All right. Hi there. All right.
Let me put a video.
All right. Nice to see you. How you doing, buddy? Hi there.
Dr. Carson, we are the 5th graders at Seven Hills Charter Public School.
Oh, is that right?
We came up from Worcester, Massachusetts to meet you.
Excellent.
So.
And you got a Michigan hat on, too.
Oh, I do, yeah.
All right. Hey there, how you doing? All right, I hope you guys all study real hard and do well in school, okay?
Dr. Carson, do you have a second for a quick group photo? Sure. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, guys, crowd it in for Dr. Carson. Thank you. All right, guys. Everyone right here. Thank you so much. It's really important. Of course, I'll send it to you.
Thank you so much. They're so excited to come. Thank you so much. Look at smile.
Hey everyone. Hey everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you, Dr. Carson. Thank you.
Will you accept this piece of coal and tell that fossil fuel extraction is hurting humans and yes.
I'll get him to autograph it for you.
Joining me now is Ron Hoon. Ron, we are watching Ben Carson, who is filing for the New Hampshire ballot. We see him on the screen right there. We're about to do the tease on the morning show in just a couple of seconds. So guys, it seems like we're suddenly talking to someone else. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it is. It's almost like we hear voices in our head. But in reality, we do hear
I don't know if they
those
can hear
little
that.
voices. This is what we hear in our earpiece. That's the air right there.
I know some of the chat room also very excited because Donald Trump is holding a presidential forum in South Carolina at a college over there.
Yes.
We're supposed to be carrying that live at 12 Eastern, which is 10 a.m. here in Arizona. So I'm hoping that we get that feed in soon. I know that it was listed on the events. I've asked our assignment desk to call New York and make sure that we get that feed in.
Love it. Okay, so, and your top 5 I'm looking at, I'm seeing that you're talking, of course, about the Molly hotel situation, who is that mysterious third person in the apartment? The House passes a refugee bill. That is, to me, that is fascinating, that it passed by such a margin. So.
All right, guys, we are now standing by.
They want to see us
talk.
full. Now she wants to see us full.
Full?
Mm-hmm.
Full?
Yeah, full.
I'll figure it out.
Hi, everybody. It's Ron Hoon and Samia Khan on Fox News Now. You get to us. This is our new live streaming news channel by going to fox10phoenix.com. And Samia, we got something huge coming up in just a couple of minutes.
That is very true. Donald Trump is holding a presidential forum in South Carolina at a college over there. We're supposed to get that feed in live at 10 a.m. Arizona time, so you guys don't want to miss it. Join us. fox10phoenix.com.
Considering the last time he made an appearance, he had to call out a heckler. He called him overweight, this heckler. So who knows what could happen next with Donald Trump. We'll have it for you, but let's go to Corey now. What's going on, my friend?
All right, we're good. Back to Ben Carson we go. All right, guys. I'm going to disconnect, reconnect with you guys, increase the sound on Ben Carson. We can talk politics until, because Ben Carson's just in the background, you know?
I love coming over here because I always find it fascinating to see what your top 5 is.
Why can't I hear anything? Do you hear anything?
I'm still hearing air. Hello. Oh, I can hear it there. You want to try this one instead?
No, I don't hear it on this one. This one must be broken.
Well, there you go.
Can you move just a little bit so this guy can get it back and these ladies can go?
Oh, well.
Thank you.
I'm not crazy about this, the way they make them pass through a gauntlet of people just to go into the state capitol there.
All the fans, though, I was listening in on some of the people speaking with him.
Right.
And there was one man shaking his hand saying, we drove all the way from Worcester, Massachusetts.
Well.
So that's a bit of a trek.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to meet somebody up close and personal, that's a good way to do it, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is, he is leading, he's one of the top contenders in the GOP presidential race, meaning he still is a viable candidate for president.
Although I have to
Meet
say,
him now, he could be leading the country in a year and a half, or a little over a year.
I have seen some polls where he has dropped to 4th.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it because of all the recent comments he's made? I know I saw one thing trending on Facebook this morning that he had compared the Syrian refugees to rabid dogs.
Yeah.
That's not the kind of press you want.
Between him and Donald Trump saying, I'm going to register, every Muslim has to register in America.
Yeah. And you know what's interesting? I saw an article out there. Donald Trump wants every Muslim to register in America, but he doesn't want anyone buying guns too.
Okay.
There's some interesting articles out there on the internet.
I just wonder how he thinks, if you're going to be so, I know he's appealing to a lot of people, and we've got that feed coming in any time now. But did you see there was an American Jewish group that sent out a tweet that I thought was brilliant in response to Donald Trump, and it said, requiring all people of one religion to register with the government, we've seen that before, and it doesn't end well.
Right, referring to the Nazis.
Yes, and I just thought, perfect. Perfect tweet there. So, I mean, at times he can be really entertaining and funny. When he's calling out a heckler, most people will just try to go on with their speech. He practically acts like he wants to completely engage with the hecklers. So, anyway, what's happening here?
Ben Carson in New Hampshire. I think this is the part where he actually filed.
This is the actual sign in. Oh, do we want to listen?
Yeah, we
Is he
should
speaking?
listen.
Okay.
We'll see.
It went in that box, and the town's people will be putting their ballots in this box.
Still, is that right?
Yeah, and
Fantastic.
we have upwards of 50 towns that still have used the boxes that they got 123 years ago.
Wow.
So technology, it gets obsolete quick now, but the old stuff.
Well, there's a place for history here.
Right.
We're looking for
So and that's why it's just that. So you need your signature there.
And
that's okay.
Oh,
That's
okay.
okay. You got everything.
All right.
So that's here.
And that's the check.
Yeah.
And it's signed.
Yeah.
And legitimate.
Everything. So there's your declaration. So that part of it that's the official part.
But we will continue to try to heal, inspire, and revive our country. And it's just wonderful to be part of this history. So thank you all for everything that you've been doing.
Now, the last part of this is we've asked the candidate, this is a notice to voters. That is the official notice to them. You see, celebrating the 100th anniversary year. So, since this is the last day, it's kind of been taken. A lot of white space has been taken. But there's a little. If you have a few words, slogan, or something that you feel at the moment that. Great. Thank you. So you'll come on this way, and this is the people will. You follow. Okay.
Morning, David. Going back.
Hey, Paul.
Yes.
I just want to hit your battery. I'm just going in there. Okay. Hey, how are you? Yeah, I have some nice actually upstairs. Who's going to file?
That's what you think.
Who's filing today?
It came from his pocket. Oh yeah, there's also a Sharpie I put up there. No, he pulled a blue one out of his pocket.
All right, I see many of you in the chat room asking where Donald Trump is. We will be getting Donald Trump in momentarily, guys. Stay tuned right now. We have not gotten the Donald Trump feed in yet, even though they were supposed to send it to us 2 minutes ago. Looks like they are running a little behind. But don't fret, Trump fans. We will get you Donald Trump on the screen as soon as possible. In the meantime, I can play a story for you from Fox National about the GOP road to the White House. Oh, but no. Carson speaking.
Is have an appropriate type of vetting before we just, let people in without screening them appropriately. Having said that, I think it's very important to recognize that that is not the only option that we have, is bringing these people here. We can create safe zones over there, and I think it actually makes a lot more sense. And we can provide them with humanitarian support. And we need to be working on a ceasefire in Syria, and I believe we would be smart to be working on establishing a coalition government there, because you're not going to get one faction or the other faction in control without a great deal of strife, but you might be able to form a coalition government, at which time you can begin to repopulate the area, repatriate the citizens there.
Dr. Carson, some of the, Donald Trump recently said that he would support creating a mandatory database to track Muslims in the United States. Some of the other candidates in the Republican field have denounced that. Would you support the creation of such a system? And if so, how does that comport with your views on religious freedom?
Well, I think we should have a database on everybody who comes into this country.
I think he meant Muslim citizens in the United States. Or U.S. citizens who are Muslims.
Well, hopefully we already have a database on every citizen who's already here. If we don't, we're doing a very poor job.
So do you condemn his comments that we should, have... I mean, the idea is stricter scrutiny, tracking Muslims who live here. I mean, what do you think about that idea broadly?
I don't think it's a good idea to treat anybody differently. One of the hallmarks of America is that we treat everybody the same. So if we're just going to pick out a particular group of people based on their religion, based on their race, based on some other thing, that's setting a pretty dangerous precedent, I believe.
Dr. Carson, do you favor more scrutiny of mosques, of more monitoring of I guess, Muslim organizations in this country?
Well, I favor doing whatever we have to do to protect the American people. This is what we have to put on the top shelf, protection of our people. And if, in fact, there are mosques where there's a lot of activity going on that's radicalizing people, they must be treated differently.
Dr. Carson, there's been a lot of questions about your preparation on foreign policy. I'm wondering what exactly those meetings with advisors have been looking like over the past couple of weeks.
Well, I get daily briefings, and I have multiple meetings with people. What I would say is actually listen to my policies, actually listen to my solutions. You will find that they compare favorably with anybody, but don't listen to the narratives, that try to say, oh, he doesn't know anything, and therefore I can say exactly the same thing that someone else is saying. They say, oh, see, he really knows what he's talking about. It's just craziness. Listen to what I'm actually saying and stop listening to the narrative of those who want to try to create doubt in people's mind. That's the whole issue with going back and looking through every aspect of my life. I said, if you have a real scandal, I'm happy to talk about that. But I'm not going to talk every day about something that happened 50 years ago so that you can detract from the real issues that are going on. So let me just finish. What I encourage people to do, if you want to know something about foreign policy, ask me a question. Don't just sit there and say, he doesn't know anything about foreign policy. That doesn't make any sense.
And Dr. Carson, can you set the record straight on an advisor, Mr. Claridge, who apparently said that you were struggling to understand some of the foreign policy in his briefings?
I cannot explain to you what was going on in his mind. I really don't. I mean, you'd have to get that from him himself.
Have you fired
but
him?
I can, well, he's not hired, so I can't fire him.
Is he an advisor, a senior advisor?
He sat in on 2 sessions. And, we appreciate, his input, but he has not been a part of the foreign policy team has no idea what we've been talking about. So, I have no idea what he's talking about.
What was your reaction to that when you heard he had said that?
Well, I think my experience with many in the media is that they do tend to take things out of context for a story that they want to write. Usually they've already written the story. And I know that they were also referred to people who really are my senior advisors, who gave them the real story, and they chose to exclude that because they're looking for their narrative.
Dr. Carson, many of the GOP candidates have been critical of the president for not maintaining troops in Iraq and then therefore created the ISIS vacuum. The president did not do that because he did not agree with the stipulations with the Iraqi government regarding jurisdiction and liability. Would you have kept U.S. troops in Iraq with the conditions that the Iraqi government negotiated with the Bush administration?
You have to be able to prioritize in terms of good and bad. And the fact of the matter is, we broke it. You broke it. You own it. You don't run away from it. And it was said by many, including George W. Bush, that if you just left there and left the vacuum, he'd tell you exactly what would happen. And it's exactly what did happen.
So you would have left troops there, and they would have been subject to Iraqi law and jurisdiction.
Well, keep in mind, you have the ability to negotiate. You have the ability to change things. You don't have to accept just what they say.
Both President Bush and President Obama tried to negotiate that away, and they were unable to do that. Why would you be able to be successful in that?
We're all different people, and we all look at things in different ways. And there are lots of different levers that can be pulled. The fact of the matter is, I don't think that there's anybody, even yourself, if you ask yourself, do you think it was a wise thing for us to leave a vacuum there for ISIS to be able to form? Do you really think that? Ask yourself that question.
Hey, Dr. Carson, you've spoken a lot about Nazi Germany. Do Donald Trump's remarks from last night remind you of registering the Jews?
I don't know what Donald Trump said last night.
He said he wanted to track Muslims with a database in the United States.
Okay, that part I did hear. I don't know that. I hope that we have a database on everybody.
What would you like to keep that database?
If we don't have a database on every foreigner who comes into this country, we're being negligent.
Do you want to keep Social Security numbers in that database? What would you like to see in that?
Well, I want us to be able to know who they are. I want to know where they came from. I want to know where they're going and why they're here.
But that's already being done.
As the very beginning. If you want to add more things to that, we can talk about it and what the rationale is for it.
Would you subject American citizens to that as well, or just individuals who came here?
American citizens.
All right, guys, it looks like the media is just asking Ben Carson the same question over and over again regarding the database. The reason they're asking about the database is because of Donald Trump's comments. Speaking of Donald Trump, he is live now in South Carolina. That is where I'm taking you to now, a presidential forum featuring Donald Trump.
The fire marshal is going to allow more people. We have hundreds of people outside. They shut them off. Now they're going to let them come in. So we broke the record, that's true. But they're going to let them come in. They'll have people standing at every door, and that's good. They broke the record, but they're all coming in, so thank you. You people got the best real estate, right? Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here. Mr. Trump, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And this is the Commander-in-Chief Presidential Forum. Thank you for being here. And, as the governor was saying, we started this lecture series several years ago to work with the Wofford students to bring great people to campus, open to the public, hear great new ideas. And people ask, why a Commander-in-Chief Forum? The reason the Founding Fathers and the states came together in the first place was to provide for the common defense of the American people, to keep America safe. And I can't think of and I think in this election, 2016 is going to be about electing a commander-in-chief who can keep America safe. And I would say this, I want to thank Dr. Bill DeMars, the chairman of our government department, did a great job. We've got some great questions from students we're going to be asking soon.
Right.
And why Wofford? Why Spartanburg? There's a rich history here in South Carolina and in Spartanburg when it comes to national security. Our people have an appreciation for what their forefathers went through to build this country, keep this in the freedoms we've got, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, which lets us be here. This is the place where Henry Kissinger became an American citizen at Camp Croft in the early days of World War II. This is where one of America's best secretaries of state, Jimmy Burns, did much of the work on the Manhattan Project. And this is the place where the Scots-Irish of the backwoods of South Carolina came together to defeat the British and turn the tide in the American Revolutionary War. This is the right place to have a Commander-in-Chief series. And Mr. Trump, I want to thank you for being here. And I would just start with that. This election is about electing a Commander-in-Chief to keep America safe. How do you view your role as Commander-in-Chief and what best prepares you?
Well, it's so interesting. And first of all, this is a beautiful place. We drove in. I said, wow, I don't know. If I would have known about this, I would have forgotten about the Wharton School, maybe. This is really a special place and a beautiful. And I've met your headmasters. I met a lot of your professors. And you have a great group of people that really love what they're doing and they love their students. So congratulations, everybody. It's really great. Your question is so interesting because it's evolving. It's changing. 2 weeks ago, I would have talked about trade, and I was talking about China and how they're killing us, and we all know that story, and boy, is that true. We're going to lose a tremendous amount of money this year. We have for many, many years because we have people that, frankly, don't know what they're doing. But we're now sort of pivoting. As of about 4 days ago, we're pivoting into other subjects, and very strongly, more strongly than I even thought. When I announced that I was going to run for president, which was not an easy thing to do, you know, if you're a successful guy, you do something, you really put yourself out on the line, and yet it's that kind of thinking that we need in the country now. We have to have that kind of thinking because what's happened over the last fairly long period of time, in all fairness, we just can't keep going on like that. But now, with what's gone on in Paris, and even today, as you know, it's been tragic, what's happening all over, all over the world. And they want to come into other locations. And they said they want to come into Washington, which means they probably want to come into New York or they want to come into someplace else. Unlike our president, he says where they're going to go, that's where they're going to go. He's totally predictable. They're unpredictable. So when they say Washington, they mean some other place. But a lot of things have happened over the last few days that really bring it to a point where I'm more and more speaking about security, taking care of us, being strong militarily, always taking care of our vets, our greatest people, our vets, always. In fact, we put in a plan for the vets. It's such a great plan, and they love it, and everybody's happy because the vets have been treated very badly. In fact, illegal immigrants in many cases are treated better than our veterans. It's hard to believe. And you know, that's not just a statement. That's not just a statement. That's a statement of fact, and it's a disgrace, frankly. But we're going to straighten that whole situation out. But we're going to have a military that's so strong, so powerful, so respected that, and I say it all the time, nobody's going to mess with us. Nobody's going to mess with us. And so with what's happened to ISIS and with ISIS over the last few days, and it's been happening for a long period of time, we haven't done our job. We haven't gotten rid of them. And we can get rid of them. We can get rid of them swiftly, and we're going to get rid of them swiftly. But and hopefully this is not going to be a problem when I get there, if I get there, if I'm the chosen one. Hopefully this won't. Thank you. Appreciate that shout out. But hopefully this product will be eradicated prior to getting there. But if it's not, I'm going to take care of it very, very swiftly, believe me. It's going to be taken care of.
A week ago today, we saw the terrible radical Islamist attacks on Paris. Right. Last night, Mali. We now learn from our FBI director, he's got 1,000 active ISIS investigations right now in America in all 50 states. How do we confront radical Islam on American soil?
Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to be able to use the term. We have a president that refuses to use the term. We have a radical Islamic terrorism problem, and I don't know what's going on. Hillary was unable to use the term the other day, and of course she's very concerned that if she angers the president, she's going to end up being indicted. So, you know, she has to be very nice. She has to be extremely nice. She's walking on eggs right now. Boom, boom, boom. She's walking very gently. She is I thought that Democrat debate, it's actually the Democrat debate. You know, they call it the Democratic debate. It's not the Democratic, it's the Democrat debate. Doesn't sound as good, but that's really the name of it. Every network has it wrong. They call it the Democratic debate. It's not. But she, during the Democrat debate, I thought that was an incredible statement. You have the one guy who was the mayor of Baltimore. He shouldn't even be up there. This guy is. Then you have Bernie Sanders, who's sort of caught a little bit of an ear of something because it's a little unique. But, I mean, give me a break. This is not what we need. And his statement on global warming was incredible. The Paris attacks emanated from global warming. I said, wait a minute, let's play that back. I want to hear that. I want to hear that one more time. So he's not a factor. And he actually gave it up. When he was doing pretty well, and he was getting the second largest crowds. I have by far the biggest crowds. And this is a record today, is that right? This is a record for the place?
This is the biggest crowd I have ever seen at
this
Ben
is
Johnson
a record.
Arena.
We're getting
Ever.
Happy. I'm happy. I love records. I just love records. But, you know, when he really gave it up in order to get a good soundbite, when he dropped the whole thing on the emails, no, the emails, no problem. She's under investigation by the FBI, it's no problem. So he dropped that. And I happen to think that Hillary probably nothing will happen because I think she's being totally protected by the Democrats. I think that the party and the president is protecting her. So even though Petraeus was sentenced very severely, even though many people went to jail for doing about 5% of what she did, I think she's probably going to be their nominee and probably going to run unimpeded with the criminal investigation. I think it's outrageous because, frankly, what she did is absolutely criminal by every standard. You can look at many different statutes. But it'll be a big topic of conversation. At least if I go, it will be a big topic of conversation. But she's being protected, and that's not the way our country is supposed to be run. And, frankly, I think it's a disgrace.
And here's a question, a great question from a Wofford College junior, Connor Jasso. Now that Russia has inserted itself militarily in Syria on such a large scale, how would you restore American leadership in the Middle East, or is it too late to do that?
Well, it's never too late, but the question is, what do we want to do? We've been tied up, and I believe, and I use this term, militaristic. I am the most militaristic person in this room, believe me. I know when to use it. I was totally opposed, most of you know this, but I was totally opposed to the war in Iraq. I said it's going to destabilize the Middle East. In 2003 and 2004, I was sent, actually, a delegation from the White House came to see me because they wanted to convince me that it was a good thing, because for some reason I get disproportionate publicity. I don't know why. And they had big articles that Trump was against the war. This is in 2003, 2004. Actually, in 2004, Reuters did a huge article, Trump opposed to the Iraq war. But I just viewed it as something that we shouldn't be involved in. Why are we doing this? We're going to destabilize. Because if you look, Iran and Iraq were the same militarily, the same. They fight all the time. You know, that's what they do. That's all they do. Fight. They fight. We want to do other things, right? So they fight. So they go this way. They go that way. They'd go this way. Then Saddam Hussein would throw some gas. The other side would throw some, and then they stop for a couple of years. Then they start fighting. I said, if you knock out one or the other, in this case Iraq, the other one is going to just take over, is going to take over whoever's left. And so what happens is Iran, as sure as you're sitting here, Iran now is taking over Iraq. Iraq, people don't realize, has the second largest oil reserves in the world. Nobody realizes that. Nobody ever talks about it. It's amazing. Immensely wealthy. They have the second largest oil reserves in the world. And I said, that's going to happen. I said, they're going to take it over, and that will be a disgrace. And beyond that, the entire Middle East has become a total mess with Libya, between Libya and everything, Syria. But they took it over, and I said, they're going to get these oil reserves. So then we go in, and then our president announces when he's leaving, which is a huge mistake, because now the enemy said, wait a minute, he actually told us a date when he's leaving. Let's pull back. Why should we get killed? You know, you read all about they don't mind dying and going wherever they go with lots of virgins, right? That's what they say, with plenty of virgins. Ay, ay, ay. But you know what? They don't want to die so quickly. Don't kid yourselves. They don't want to die so quickly. So they pull back, we leave, and then they go in, and it's a total mess. So Iran is taking over. And then if you remember, so I said, don't go into Iraq. Then I said, well, look, you're in. Now, what Obama did was horrible because the way he got out, he announced a date. Date was a disaster. And then he got out. And now the whole thing's a mess. And I said, if you're going to get out, you got to leave the troops. You got to leave some troops there, which he didn't do. And this is how ISIS formed. This is where it all came from. Because the people in charge of Iraq were totally one-sided. They didn't take care of anybody else except themselves. And we have a mess. But I said, take the oil. Remember that? Take the oil. I'd always say it. And I was criticized so badly. I've been saying that for 2.5, 3 years. I say, if you're going to get out, take the oil. And they'd say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. That's a sovereign nation. Sovereign nation. So I said, take the oil. And they never took the oil. Then lately, over the last 4 or 5 months, I've said, break up the oil, because the oil is where ISIS is getting a big portion of its wealth. So I'd say, hit the oil, hit the oil. They'd say, oh, what a ridiculous. And if you remember, Obama had one of his military people on to say what a ridiculous idea. Well, 2 days ago, they started hitting the oil, okay? I said, you hit the oil and you take the wealth. So it's very sad what's happened. I mean, it's a very, very sad situation going on in the Middle East. And, you know, it would be really nice and another thing I said, Russia's hitting. Russia. Now, they just blew up a Russian plane. ISIS took credit for it. I believe that. I believe it was a bomb. ISIS took credit. And Russia doesn't want ISIS. So we're hitting ISIS a little bit. You know, we're doing ding, ding, because Obama wants to be politically correct, right? So we're not having much of an impact. But I said, if Russia wants to hit ISIS, let them hit. And some people said, oh, well, they want to take the credit. I said, what's the credit? We've been tied up in the Middle East for so long. You know, Afghanistan's our longest war ever. Essentially, the whole thing is our longest war. It's all one big mess. But Afghanistan's the longest war. I want to rebuild our country. We have a country that's falling apart. Our infrastructure is falling apart. Our military is falling apart. General Orellana, the other day, I saw him on television. He said, we're the worst prepared that we've ever been as a nation, our military. The worst prepared, that's a big statement. The worst prepared that we've ever been, because we're decimating military and we're not even winning. We never win anymore. When I was growing up, we used to win. In fact, they said we never lost a war. Now we never win. We never win anything. As an example, to the victor belong the spoils. So why didn't we take the oil? You know, in the old days, people would have a victory and they'd take whatever they want. They'd take the country. They'd take the country. We spend, think of it, we spend $2 trillion. $2 trillion. Does anyone know what trillion means? A lot of people don't even know what trillion means. This was a word that wasn't used 5 years ago, 6 years ago. $2 trillion, if you think about it, in Iraq. We have thousands of people killed, over 5,000, but thousands of young, wonderful people killed. We have wounded warriors who I love all over the place. They're all over the place. And they're the greatest people. And we have them all over. And we leave. We just leave like nothing happened. We leave. And I say, to the victor belongs the oil. Why didn't we keep the oil? And nobody can answer. And then finally, 3 days ago, they start hitting the oil. It's too late. I mean, look, it's too late. It's better now than never doing it. But we should have done this a long time ago. If we had the oil, there wouldn't be ISIS, because ISIS is making $1 million a day with the oil. So now finally they're hitting it. And I said hit it because that's the source of their wealth. Another source of their wealth, though, is banking. I'm very good at banking. I'm a very, very good at but banking. They're being sent money through back channels and through very intricate banking channels all over the place by our so-called friends, okay? Friends. Wealthy nations, they're getting them money. Now, I don't know because they like them or because they're afraid of them. It doesn't make any difference to me. But a lot of money is coming through intricate banking channels, and that's got to be stopped. And the people I'm running with, believe me, they never even heard of what I'm talking about now. They don't know about it. They have no clue, and it's not going to change. You have a senator in this place that doesn't, I mean, honestly, he's a very nice man, Lindsey Graham, doesn't have a clue, believe me. Doesn't have a clue. Although he's not doing too well on the polls, so I don't really care. I shouldn't talk about it.
Just a few years ago, the then FBI director, Robert Mueller, testified to Congress that in 1 year, just like maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we caught 59,000 people from countries other than Mexico illegally trying to come into this country. And these countries included Somalia, Yemen, Pakistan, Syria, you name it. What do we do to keep bad people and bad things out of this country.
Such a good. Now, I've been saying this. So when I announced, I said illegal immigration, I took a lot of heat. Rush Limbaugh said he took more incoming than any human being I think I've ever seen. He said that. And I never heard the term incoming as it pertained to the press. Those people, look at all those cameras rolling up there. Oh, that's beautiful. Hello, folks. No, but honestly, 30% of them are honest. Okay, 30. At a max. But some of them are really good, but about 30, I figure about 30%. But I've been saying this a long time, and I took such heat. And a lot of it was what I said was misconstrued, and it was, they take quarter sentences and they don't say the rest, and you saw what we went through. And honestly, we made the whole subject of illegal immigration the biggest factor in this whole race. And it was not, I don't think it would have been mentioned. I don't think it's a fact. I don't think it would have been even mentioned. And it became the biggest factor in the race. Everybody was talking. First I took heat. I mean, I was really taking, Macy's said, we can't sell your shirts and ties because we're going to have pickets in front. Mexicans are going to, I said, the Mexicans love me. I employ thousands of Mexicans. They love me. What are you talking about that? The head of Macy's, he said, we can't do this. Well, I heard they're going to picket Macy's. I said, so let them picket for 35 minutes. Then they're going to want to go get lunch, and you'll never see them again. It happens to me all the time. It's true. Okay, Donald, what do we do? I mean, Macy's was extremely disloyal to me, I have to tell you that. But some others. But you know what? I have to do what I have to do. I don't care. I have to do. And I brought up the subject of illegal immigration, big league. And then people started to say, about 2 weeks, took a while, but people started to say, he's right. And then you had tremendous numbers coming out, tremendously poor numbers and bad numbers coming out about the crime wave is incredible. And then you had Kate, and beautiful Kate in San Francisco, shot in the back by an illegal immigrant. And we had so many others. Jamil, and a wonderful young student who was going to go on a scholarship, full scholarship, football scholarship. This is a great kid, great father, was a friend of mine. And he was shot right through the head just by standing. He was walking home from a deli. He got himself a sandwich and his father. They were going to have a sandwich together. And this guy passed him and just shot him. Took out a gun, shot him in the head 4 or 5 times. And when he went down, he went like this, and he shot his hands off because it was a .45, and shot him right through the hands. I mean, the whole thing was so horrible. And so many other cases, illegal immigrant. And people started saying, Trump might be right. He might be right. Now they know I'm right, and it's become a big factor. And you were just telling me how well he was telling me about the polls. He knew more about my polls than I did. Can you believe this? But you were just saying about how good they are. But I think a lot of it has to do with illegal immigration. And then to get back to your question, you bring it to today, and a lot of people are viewing the whole Parisian disaster, which is just a horrible thing. But they view that as part of safety and part of borders and part of the fact that we're going to have borders, and they're going to be borders, strong borders on the southern border and everywhere else. And just to finish, we are going to have a wall, and we're going to have a big wall and a real wall. And Mexico is going to pay for the wall. I will tell you that. Mexico's paying for the wall. So when people saw that, and they understand now, a lot of the candidates that I'm running against are sort of coming my way. I was out there by myself. Now all of a sudden they're saying, I think a wall's a good idea. A wall's 5 weeks ago they were saying, you got to be kidding. The other thing that's funny, and they'll never be able to do that because they're just politicians. They're all politicians. But when I say Mexico's going to pay, I'm not playing games. I'm not just saying that. I'm a business guy. It's like CNBC. They were going to have a 2-hour debate, and then they sold all their commercials for numbers that they never thought possible, and they made it 3 hours. And I said, you're not going to do that. And I protested. And within about 2 minutes, I convinced them not to do it. I said, that's not right. Who wants to sit for 3 hours watch? I don't care. I can stand for 25 hours and do a debate, but who wants to do that? And everybody said, oh, but you won't be successful, and if you call them, they won't do it. I said, they'll do it. They'll do it. Believe me. I got all the ratings anyway, so I said, I won't participate in the debate. And they said, okay, we'll make it 2 hours. Huh? But we got them down. We got them down too. And the same thing with Mexico's actually easier. Because we have a trade imbalance with Mexico of $45 billion a year. The war's going to cost probably $8 to $10 billion. And that's super wall. That's not, they were going to spend more money on a little wall like this where you just drive over it, right? You saw the walls they built where they have a ramp. And they built the ramp on the wall. They built the wall. And they have a ramp where the cars go over at 40 miles an hour, and they have the drugs, they're loaded up with drugs, and they just go over. We're going to have a real wall. We're going to have a wall. See the ceiling up there? That's about the height. Maybe we'll go a little bit higher. Believe me. We're going to have a real wall. And walls, remember this, ask Israel, walls work. You know, in Israel, 99.7%. That's how it works, okay? That's pretty good. And they have a wall, and walls work. In fact, this migration, which is a disgrace that we could have allowed and other countries with their stupidity, but us, by destabilizing the Middle East, you have the migration. And now some of the countries want to build walls. And you know why they want to build them? Because they work. And we're going to build one. And if people go back, if the press goes back and looks, a number of years ago, like 10 or 12, people wanted the wall. And one of the reasons the wall was never built was they could never get, listen to this one, I'll tell you who'd like this is Bernie Sanders. They could never get an environmental impact statement approved. Can you believe it? They could never get, because a toad or something was in the way, probably a snake in the desert. But they could never get an environmental impact statement approved. Can you believe this? And then you look at China. They're building islands in the South China Sea. They're dredging that sea. They've got the biggest excavators you've ever seen. Not caterpillars, by the way, they use their own. But they've got the biggest excavators, and they're dredging the ocean. They're dredging the sea, and they're building islands in the middle of the sea. And I said jokingly to a friend in China, so how long did it take you to get the environmental permits? He goes, what? What? He didn't know what I was talking about. I was kidding. I have to say that for the press because they'll think I was serious. But what you'll read tomorrow, Donald Trump said that they couldn't get environmental. But think of it. We're at such a disadvantage with the way we do things. But we will get everything approved. We will build that wall. It'll be a tremendous wall. It'll be a fabulous thing. And by the way, so important, and I say it, that wall will have a big, beautiful, open door, and people are going to come into our country, but they're going to come in legally.
And that's
he's doing a good job. No, he lets me talk. A lot of people cut me off. I don't like it.
That's a great lead-in to the next question from a Wofford College freshman, Jonathan Tokay. How do you secure our border without hindering or hurting trade in our economy as a whole?
Okay. Well, one of the things, and I always talk about, you know, I never really get to the economics of the border, but I do have to bring it up because it is an important factor. It's actually a great question. We lose a tremendous amount of business by having a weak border because business comes over. First of all, what is pouring over our border is drugs. You know, when we have this deficit, we're talking about having an imbalance of $40 or $45 billion, 40 to 45, and this has gone on for years. That's not including drugs. And if you look at the drugs that are pouring across that border, it could be a number bigger than even what we're talking about. It's massive. So we're losing a tremendous amount in that way. But what happens is we're also losing a lot of jobs because people are coming in, they're taking jobs that we could have for our people, and don't believe the number of 5.2%. It's nonsense. It's total nonsense. We have 100 million people in a workforce. These are people that want to work, many of which want to work. They've looked for jobs for months and months and months, and you and I were discussing it. They'll look for jobs for months, and they can't get it, so they give up. They quit. They give up. They say, I can't get a job. I cannot do it. So they go back, and now they're taking off the roll. So that this number, the 5.2, the unemployment number that you read about all the time, we're doing so well, the real number is 25%, okay? That's the real number, okay? And that number, in my opinion, and I don't even blame this on Obama, that was done years ago, although it's gotten weaker and weaker over the years, but that number was devised by politicians that wanted to make themselves look good. That's all it is. It's not a real number. It's a phony number. Every time I hear it, I turn off the television because it doesn't matter. They say unemployment went down. When I went to Mobile, Alabama, I had 35,000 people. I went to Oklahoma, I had 20,000 people. Wherever I go, I have crowds that are so massive. It's only restricted by the size of the arena, like this. I mean, it's literally only restricted. And I told somebody the other day, if the real number was 5.2%, I'd have 15 people sitting in the front row. It's just not. I mean, we have got tremendous problems. Our jobs have been taken away. They've gone to Asia. They've gone all over the place. They've gone to Mexico. Tremendous numbers of jobs have gone to Mexico. I mean, Nabisco is moving their big plant from Chicago. You know that story. I talk about it because I used to like Oreos. I don't eat Oreos anymore. Nabisco has a big plant in Chicago. They've just announced they're moving that plant to Mexico, and which is terrible. I mean, how does that help us? It doesn't help us. There's nothing that helps us. And they're actually incentivized to do that. Look, folks, we're run by stupid people. We're run by such stupid people. It's so stupid. Ford Motor Company, great company, they're building a $2.5 billion plant in Mexico. They're going to make cars, trucks, and parts. And they're going to sell them all over, but they're going to bring them right into the United States. No tax, no nothing. In the meantime, they close up plants in Michigan. They close up plants in other locations. It's horrible. In Tennessee, they were going to build a foreign company was going to build a big plant. They were all set to sign the documents. The deal was practically done. Boom, Mexico got them. I mean, Mexico is going to be the car capital of the world. It's going to be the car capital of the world. We don't know what's happening. Mexico, in a sense, is the new China. And I'm saying this with great respect for Mexico. I wish our leaders would do the same thing. I have great respect for what they're doing in Mexico. And I love the Mexican people. But they're taking advantage of our people because they're much better, smarter negotiators. Sort of interesting, since I've been doing this, Carl Icahn, one of the great business people of our time, tremendously wealthy man, great negotiator. I know him for many years, just a great negotiator, and others. But Carl endorsed me. And see, I call that a real endorsement. Some of these guys, they get endorsed by some third-rate politician that's been terrible, and they make a big deal. You get an endorsement from Carl Icahn. Probably never endorsed anybody before. But he knows that I know about corporate inversions, where basically companies are leaving our country, leaving the jobs, and moving to other countries. You know, it used to be where they moved from New York to Florida to avoid taxes or get rid of, some of the taxes. But now they're moving from the United States to other countries. And it's an inversion where they can't get their money back. Also, they have $2.5 trillion, at least in other countries. They can't bring it back into this country. And by the way, Democrats and Republicans both agree we should let the money come back in. For 3 years now, they've agreed. They haven't been able to make a deal. Washington it's such a gridlock. I use the inversion story to tell you that, okay, it's one thing when Republicans and Democrats, they don't get along, they can't make a deal. That's one thing. And there are plenty of things that they disagree on. But here's something, $2.5 trillion, I think it's much more than that, but it's at least $2.5 trillion is outside. This is money that's essentially owned by American companies. They can't bring the money back into the country. Politicians for years have agreed on both sides, almost unanimously, that it's good to have the money come back. Who could say bad, right? No, we don't want the money, right? It's ridiculous. They can't agree. For 3 years, they've been talking about it. They can't agree. And if that $2.5 trillion came into the country, more, but if that $2.5 trillion came into the country, think of what would happen. I mean, it would be a tremendous influx, jobs and everything else. But they can't even agree on something that they all agree to. It's very, very sad. And that's where leadership comes in. I mean, I would get them in a room, and I'll tell you, within 2 hours, we'll have an agreement.
The new Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, has said that he will not pursue immigration reform until after President Obama leaves office. Is this wise?
Well, Paul was never strong on the illegal immigration subject, and he was always in favor of amnesty, which I'm opposed to. But he was always in favor. I mean, you look at amnesty, Carson wants amnesty, and although Carson's been hurt very badly because his own advisors said that we cannot teach him anything. He's incapable of learning. That's a tough statement, folks, okay? That is a tough statement. That's a very tough statement to handle. But Carson was, he's very much in favor of it, and Paul Ryan and Rubio. I mean, you look at Rubio, he's the king of amnesty. He was a member of the Gang of Eight. And a lot of these people wanted to have very weak rules on regulations having to do with immigration. And now a lot of them are coming my way. And I don't know if they're giving that the credit, because I actually don't think that's, I think it's one of the reasons, but I don't think that's the big reason for this, very high poll numbers. But I think they're trying to take some of that by all of a sudden becoming tough guys on amnesty. Let me tell you, if they feel that way now, they're not going to change, and they can say whatever they want. But the people are smart. One of the things I've learned, and somebody asked, what was the thing you most learned? I'll tell you, and I'm a little surprised by it, to be honest with you, because the press is dishonest largely. I mean, not all dishonest, but largely dishonest. And so therefore, you're reading a lot of dishonest things. I'll make a statement and they'll cut it in half, and it means totally different if you cut it in half. Or they'll quote me. I have one group that actually just quotes me, and it's nothing, I never even said this stuff. So the press is dishonest. I have to tell you, I'm amazed at how smart the public is. The public is really smart. No, I really mean that. They really get it. And I think, somebody asked me that question, what have you learned most? What's been the biggest surprise? And I don't know if there was a total surprise, but somewhat of a surprise. The public gets it. They're really, really smart. They understand what's going on. And that's why the media has such a low public opinion. You know, they have very low of Congress, as they should. They have very low of a lot of things, but they have a very low. It's down in the same area of Congress. Somebody said it was actually lower than Congress. That's hard to believe because I think Congress is like 8% or 10%. But the public gets it, and it's really impressive that they get it. So congratulations, folks. I mean, I'm very impressed by that.
And here's a question that's been asked by a number of Wofford College students. What would you do or propose as president to help American college students compete in a global world?
So it's a question I probably get asked, because when I go to colleges, I get asked so many times about that. You know, can you help us? And it's probably the questions I most get are from college students who work very hard. They borrow up to here, and they go through college, and they're good students. And the answer is, I'm going to create jobs. I will be the greatest job-producing president that God ever created. That I can tell you. I mean, I will be. I will. I'm going to have jobs. I'm going to take jobs back from China, and I'm going to take jobs back from Japan. I'm going to take jobs back from Mexico. I'm going to take jobs back from Vietnam, which is hot as a pistol right now. It's going through the roof. They're actually taking things away from China. But we're going to take jobs back from countries, some countries that you've never even heard about. And we're going to have our jobs here. We're going to have jobs. We're going to be free traders, but we're going to be smart traders. We're not going to have imbalances of $400 and $500 billion. You know what that is? $500 billion? And, it's an amazing thing. You'll have Japan, China. So they take our jobs. They take our money. They take everything, right? And we owe them $1.5 trillion each. Figure, how do you do that? It's like a magic. And it's only because we have people that don't know. They were put there because they gave political contributions. They're hacks. They don't know. We don't use the great negotiators like Carl Icahn, like Henry Kravis, like others that I'll have involved. I'll use our greatest negotiators. And believe me, when they see like a Carl or others that I know the best in the world, and they see these people coming, they'll know the game's over. Game's over. They'll do fine, but the game's over. I mean, think of what that means when somebody's got an imbalance, where we are imbalanced by to the tune of $505 billion. Supposing I cut it in half, I'll do better than that, believe me. I don't want to lose $200 billion either. But can you imagine cutting, what does that mean? That's so incredible. The difference would be so great. So we're going to have the greatest negotiators in the world, and we're going to create jobs so that when you graduate from this school, you're going to have jobs. You're going to have jobs. You're going to have victories, too. You're going to have a lot of victories. We don't have victories anymore. We don't win anymore as a country. We don't win at anything. We don't win with ISIS. We don't win with the Iran deal, one of the worst deals I've ever seen negotiated. I mean, I should have had our governor negotiate that deal. That would have been a lot. But you know what? We don't win with anything. When was the last time you see victory? We lose on trade. We lose on the war. I tell people, I say, we have generals. I was a great admirer of George Patton. He was not politically correct at all, but he was rough and tough and smart. And I was a great admirer, a very different type of guy, of Douglas MacArthur, General Douglas MacArthur. These were great people. These were great men. You know what? We have people like that. Right now, we have people like that. But we're not using them. We fired one of our great generals, I won't mention his name, but we fired one of our great generals because he was a rough guy, really good. Everybody said he was good, but he was very rough and used a lot of foul language and stuff. So did Patton. Patton was brutal. You couldn't even talk to the guy. You'd never have your wife in the room with him, okay? It's true. He was brutal. But these were great generals. And now what do we see? All the time I watch the shows. I see generals always being interviewed. And they're telling things. I say, I don't think he should be saying that. I don't want the enemy to hear these conversations. It's just ridiculous. So we will be creating jobs. And the biggest thing I can do for colleges, and I say it all the time, more important than anything, we're going to do something with the loans because the loans are really choking everybody. We're going to do something. And we're going to do something good. You're going to be helped. You know, it's one of the few things that the country makes money on, believe it or not, is the loans, because they pay a lot of interest. And, you know, that's something that really, it's a good thing for the country to be doing. But, you know, that's one of the things, that's one of the few things that they do well at. And what's happening is a lot of students are just choking with it. So we're going to work on that big league, and we're going to do something about it because we have to. Very important. But the biggest thing I can do is create jobs. So when you graduate, you get a great job. And that's going to happen, believe me.
That's a good tie-in. You mentioned the Iran deal. We have a great question from Nick Reitzel, who's a Wofford College freshman. How would you renegotiate the Iran deal, or what deal would you propose if you were to start over?
So my whole life has been contracts. My whole life, that's what I've done. My father said he's the greatest I've ever seen. That's a nice, I mean, he said my father, but he was a tough cookie, okay? And my whole life has been contracts. And I buy deals where some poor guy made a bad contract. And I'll buy it cheap because it's a bad contract. I buy cheap. I like to buy cheap. And I'll renegotiate the contract. Nothing wrong. I'll call the bank. I'll throw it into a chapter. I mean, I've done deals where I buy something. A friend of mine was in big trouble. So I said, what do you want? He said, could you help me? I said, what? He said, I have a bank. So I knew the bank. So I called the bank. I said, do me a favor, help the guy. He's dying. So the bank said, Donald, we won't do it. I said, well, then I may, you know, it's a good company, actually, but he's got the wrong borrowing and he's got a bad deal with you guys. I may buy it, but if I do it, it's going to be rough on you people. They said, no, don't do that, but we're not going to do anything for him. We're not going to do, and they didn't think I was going to buy, just like they didn't think I was going to run for president. Everyone said he's never going to run for president. Then he runs for president. They said, oh, yeah, and now look what they have. Look at the mess. I mean, all these pundits are saying, what happened, right? But I said, no, I'm going to buy it. They didn't think I'd buy it. So I ended up buying for a very small amount of money this good company because it was choking. He was choking. I called the banks. I said, I bought it. And they said, well, we're not going to do anything. We told you. I said, that's okay. I put it into a chapter. I broke their asses. I broke them down. I ended up making an unbelievable deal. They were begging me, can you do this, that? Actually, somebody said, he filed for Chapter 11. That's a business tool for guys like me and for other people like me. You know, there's a group of us. We're very good at what we do. But I take bad contracts, and I make money with bad contracts. I like bad contracts, as long as I don't sign them, as long as I don't do them. But you buy them cheap. So we have one of the worst contracts I've ever seen negotiated, the Iran deal. We get nothing. We get nothing. We've taken a terrorist state. We've made it extremely rich, extremely powerful. We don't even get our prisoners back. We have 4 hostages that are wonderful people. I call them hostages because that's what they are. And Kerry, who's a total novice, he's like a baby. He's our Secretary of State. That's what I mean about the people we have. He's like a baby. He makes this deal. And they were asked, why didn't we get our hostages? We're giving them $150 billion. You know what? They don't have to worry about nuclear weapons. They don't have to make them. They can buy them. They got so much money. They'll buy them. They'll have them tomorrow. We are so stupid. So we're giving them $150 billion. We're giving them, the greatest is the 24-day, but even greater than that, in some cases they self-inspect. You know about that, right? They do their own self-inspection. And we don't get our hostages back, and there's many other things that are very bad. And it's one of the worst transactions I've ever seen negotiated. I'm not talking about between state and state or between country and country. I'm talking just as a deal. It's one of the most incompetently drawn deals I've ever seen. We get nothing, and we give them back. And by the way, if I were doing it, I would have said a couple of things. First of all, you've got to give us our prisoners back. They would have said no. And I would have said, thank you, bye-bye, bye. And then I would have gone out. There's nothing wrong. I know you have some business students here. There's nothing wrong with walking. Some of the best deals I've ever made, I've walked away from like 4 times, okay? Like, bye, bye, bye. And they call back. You say, all right, and you get, or at least you get something. We just stay. They refuse to leave. Do you know Obama would have looked great if he terminated that deal? He would look so smart. If he would have walked, I would have said, wow, that's great, he walked. People in this room would have said, great. We wouldn't walk. We'd ask for something, they'd say, no. Oh, okay, we'll take it. We're run by incompetent people. So why didn't we get our hostages back? Kerry said, we didn't want to ask for them because we didn't want to complicate the negotiation. No, think of it. That was the reason. They didn't even ask for the hostages back. I would have said, just as a difference, I would have said, fellas, listen, we want the hostages back. Got to get them back. You don't want them. You don't need them. Your people don't even know you have them. Our people, we want them. And it sets a nice tone for making a deal. Okay? It's good for you. You don't need them. They don't do you any good. They're in one of the roughest prisons in the world. One's in there because he's a Christian. He's in there because he's a Christian, which, Governor, I don't think you're happy with that one, right? He's in because he's a Christian, the pastor. And I met his wife a couple of times. She's so lovely. She doesn't know what to do. And she says gets no cooperation from the government. So here we give them $150 billion, and they're in there, and we don't get them. So if we would have walked, they would have called back. We would have doubled up the sanctions. They would have called back. I guarantee you, you walk and double up the sanctions. I guarantee you within 24 hours they're calling to get back to the table. The hostages come out. That should have happened before we even started negotiating. But so many other things. So the question is, though, what do you do now? Because we got a bad agreement. And the worst part of the agreement is the money will be gone by the time, assuming I get there. The money's gone before I get there. Okay? That's a bad thing. The money is gone before I get there. So what's going to happen is I will take that horrible deal and I will figure something out, because that's what I do. There's always a bad clause for the other side in a really bad contract. I've seen contracts that are so one-sided and so horrible, but there's always a clause, there's always something. And I will do numbers on them that you're not going to believe. And here's the other thing. You know, a couple of them said, I will avoid the contract. You know, a couple of the people running against me, tough guys. They're going to avoid the contract. Believe me. Not so easy. I will avoid the contract. You look at some of the guys, you know who are the guys I'm talking about. You know where they are right now? They're at zero, most of them. But there's always something in there. But I'll tell you one thing that will happen. Before I take office, if I win, before I take office, our prisoners will be back. I guarantee you that, before. Because they will know that if those prisoners are not back on our land by the time I take office, they're going to have hell to pay like they never paid before. And I will tell you. So those prisoners, they should have been back, by the way, they should have been back years ago, but they will be back before I take office.
Yes, yesterday, the president said in the Philippines that Syrian refugees are no bigger threat to the U.S. than tourists. And I want to quote the president. He said the idea that somehow they pose a more significant threat than all the tourists who pour into the United States every single day just doesn't jive with reality. Your thoughts?
I mean, do we really even have to answer that question? It's incredible. A friend of mine and a man who's actually considered one of the top, look at the people are still pouring in. This is crazy. You guys really know about real estate. You got all the good locations, but they're still coming in. A friend of mine who is a real expert on national security told me something that shocked me. This was 2 years ago. This was before all of this craziness is happening with the migration, which is a very sad thing and all, but just crazy what's going on. He said that if you are a Muslim and if you are in Syria, so you're a Syrian Muslim, it's one of the easiest places in the world, under Obama, it's one of the easiest places in the world to get into the United States, to become, to get in. I guess to become a citizen, but to get in. So if you're a Muslim and you're from Syria, it's really easy. One of the easier places in the world, okay? Listen to this one. If you're a Christian and you're from Syria, now these are people having their heads cut off. So these are people that if we're taking anybody, let's help these people. If you're a Muslim, I'm not saying it's great to be to be over there. But if you're a Christian, you're in deep trouble. They're chopping off your heads like forget it. James Foley, I'm friendly with the parents, are great people. It started with James Foley, who's an amazing guy, head chopped off. We never saw this before. It's like medieval times. So if you're a Christian and you're from Syria, it's almost impossible to get in to this country. Now think of it. So who sets that parameter? I assume it's the president, but who sets the parameter? Who tells his people that, listen, we want Muslims coming into the country, but we don't want Christians coming into the country? Now, this is one of the people that knows. He's a great national security expert. And I didn't believe it. I said, you got to be kidding. No, it can't be possible. Turns out to be true. So if you're a Christian from Syria, it was virtually impossible. But if you're a Muslim, it was one of these. So we have a bad tone going on. You know, I always talk about tone because Jeb Bush would always say, Donald Trump's tone is a little bit tough. I don't like it. It's not nice. They got people chopping heads off, and he's worried about my tone. His tone should be tougher. Believe me, he'd be doing a lot better. But it is so sad when you think that here you have Christian people, good people, and the Muslim people all over, the good people too. But why is it so hard for a Christian to come into the United States from Syria, and almost one of the easiest places in the world for a Muslim to come in? But that's a fact. It's pretty bad.
Last question. How do we fight ISIS? How do we fight ISIS on social media, and are Facebook and Twitter doing enough?
Okay. So I know a lot about Twitter and Facebook. Actually, I won't say. Somebody said I'm the Ernest Hemingway of 140 characters. Can you believe it? I was actually given that credit. And I do mostly do it myself. You know, sometimes I'll dictate to a secretary, you know, in the middle of the day. I'm not going to always, I'll say, bum, 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 put it out, @real Donald Trump. Everybody immediately sign up, @real Donald Trump. Costs you nothing. What the hell? You're not going to lose anything. Have it. But I've got almost 5 million people, and going to soon have way over 5 million people, because we picked up, I think last week, over 100,000 people in a short period of time, and we're picking up a lot. And it's fun. And, you know, it's like owning the New York Times without the losses. It's tremendous. It gives you a lot of power. You know, if somebody says something badly about you, in the old days, I wouldn't know. I'd go, cool, I'm going to get that guy. But now I just say, oh, I said something bad. Bing, bing, bing. I say really bad about that. And all of a sudden, it's amazing. But what has happened is ISIS, and Facebook incredible too, and we're doing great on Facebook, almost 5 million on Facebook. But I will say that ISIS has really done incredibly well with the whole social media thing. I mean, beyond anybody probably ever. And it was our baby. I mean, we're the ones that developed it and founded it and birthed it, and we're the ones that did it. And ISIS is the one that has really taken it, and they brought it to a new level. Now, again, knock out their wealth, knock out their fields, knock out the oil, et cetera, stop the banking, which nobody but me will know how to do. I'm the king of banking. Oh, am I good at banking? Do I know how to deal with banks? Ay. Those poor banks, when they're sending them money, we got to do it. But I will tell you, we have to do something. It's I love this question because I understand it. I understand social media. I understand Twitter. I understand the power of Twitter. I understand the power of Facebook. Maybe better than almost anybody, you know, based on my results, right? So I see the press yesterday, and they're talking about this thug, this bum, this dirty, rotten bum with a big dirty hat on, with the filthy clothing. That was when he took a good picture. That was the picture he gave out. And they're calling him the mastermind, right? The mastermind. We're looking for the mastermind. The mastermind. He's not a mastermind. He's probably got an IQ of 90, 70, 80, 90. He's not a mastermind. But the press is talking about, and you know, I don't think they're doing it, I don't know, maybe they're doing it because it's more exciting to do it. But they're talking about a mastermind, that he's this brilliant guy. He's not a brilliant guy. He's probably not a smart guy. He's tough, thug, but he's not a smart guy. And I tweeted over the last couple of days, don't call these guys masterminds anymore. Don't call them masterminds. Because what's happening, and you know what? Today I didn't see the mastermind anymore. It's amazing, the power of this stuff. But I didn't see it. But I said, what you're doing is you're creating this Robin Hood kind of an incredible image. And our youth is, you know, they're susceptible. And they're reading all these stories about this brilliant guy who escaped. Well, it turned out he didn't escape. His body was all over the wall, right? In the form of blood and bones. And by the way, the French police, I think, did a very good job. I think they did a very good job. I got to say. I think they did a hell of a job. That's not easy. You have people with bombs wrapped around their body, and that was not easy, so I give them a lot of credit. But I said to the media, and I'm doing it on Twitter and Facebook, don't call them masterminds. Call them thugs. Call them losers. I said, call them losers. Call them whatever you want. But don't call them glamorous terms. They're not glamorous people. What is a mastermind about sending a few stupid people into various places in Paris, going bang, 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 boom, boom. And one other thing while we're on that subject, Second Amendment, okay? You know what I'm going to say, right? So you had hundreds of people in those rooms, those various rooms, especially the big dance hall. You had hundreds of people in those rooms. Paris and France have probably the toughest gun laws in the world, from what they say. Okay, and we have tough gun laws here in some places, and by the way, they're usually the places that have the biggest problem. But Paris and France have the toughest gun laws almost in the world. So out of all of those 5, 6, 7, 800 people, there wasn't one gun. The only one that had the gun were the thugs, were the stupid people, were the losers. They were the only ones that had the guns. And they went in, and you heard the reports, the same reports of people that survived. They'd say, over here, boom. Over here, boom. Move over, boom, boom, boom. So they killed almost 150. Many more will die because you have 370 in the hospital, many of which are expected to die. But they just moved them over, boom. You know what? If I'm in that room and let's say we have 2 or 5 or 40 people with guns, we're going to do a lot better because there's going to be a shootout. There's going to be a shootout. We're going to do a lot better. These people were helpless. They were helpless. We would have been helpless too if we were sitting there without a gun. I actually have a right to carry. I have a pistol right to carry. These people would have been they were absolutely helpless. If they had some guns in that room, they would have been so much better off, and it would have been a much, much different result. So I say that just in finishing, but I say that because our Second Amendment is a very, very important thing. It's a very good thing. Remember that.
Mr. Trump, I want to thank you for being here, and I know the Wofford College students and the people of Spartanburg, South Carolina want to thank you for being here.
And there we go, folks. Donald Trump in South Carolina for the presidential forum. Just wrapping up. All right, folks, and they just switched the stream there. There is Paris live shot right there for you as a memorial continues to grow in Paris. Do want to take you to Ben Carson speaking at a forum.
Manufacture stuff and twist everything you say and really try to demonize you in every way that they possibly can. But you know, the way I kind of look at it, it wasn't something that was on my bucket list. But there were so many people saying, you should do this, you should do this. And, you know, I said initially, don't pay that any attention, it'll go away. But it didn't go away. And then I started getting all of these petitions, thousands and thousands of petitions, hundreds of thousands of petitions, saying that I should run. And I started listening. And I was really kind of shocked as I listened, particularly to the elderly people. And so many of them were saying the same thing, that they had given up on America and that they were just waiting to die. I heard that from every place. And then younger people who were so concerned about their children and their grandchildren and what was happening in our nation and how it was changing so rapidly. You know, 30 years ago, if somebody had tried to describe our nation to you today, you would say, no, you're talking about someplace else. You're not talking about America. But we are talking about America. And all the pundits were saying, it's impossible for someone like you to be successful. You can't put together an organization. You can't raise enough money. And actually, I was kind of comforted hearing that. But I finally just said, Lord, if you really want me to do this, then you have to open the doors. And if you open the doors, I will walk through them. And if you close the doors, I will sit down. And we were able to put together an organization. And they still said, but you'll never be able to raise any money. But the fact of the matter is they forgot about one very important factor. They forgot about we, the people. And because of we, the people, next week we will have received our 1 millionth donation. And that is amazing. But it really is a question about what can we do in this country to return it to the values that were intended, as opposed to where we seem to be heading off to right now. This is still a wonderful country. It is a land of dreams. For me, that dream was to be a doctor. There wasn't anything that appealed to me like being a doctor. I skipped right over policemen and firemen. I went right to doctor. And I even love going to the doctor's office. And that seems like a pretty strange thing. But I would even sacrifice a shot just to smell those alcohol swabs. It was just a wonderful, wonderful thing for me. And, I loved hearing the stories about doctors, and particularly missionary doctors, and how they traveled all over the globe to bring not only physical, but mental and spiritual healing to people. And they seem like the most noble people on the face of the earth. And, throughout my medical career, it was just such a tremendous honor to be able to intervene in the lives of people, many times families being absolutely devastated. And by the grace of God, being able to give that person life again and longevity again. And there really isn't anything that compares with that I can imagine. But it didn't start out as if I was going to make it, because I was a terrible student. I really didn't think that I was very smart, and that was certainly the opinion of everybody else too. Except for my mother. She was the only one who didn't think that I was stupid. She was always saying, Benjamin, you're much too smart to be bringing home grades like this. I brought them home anyway, but she was always saying that. And she was encouraging. She was always saying, if anybody else can do something, you can do it too, except you can do it better. I could always expect to hear that from her. But I could always expect also to hear a poem out of her mouth whenever I made an excuse. You're the captain of your ship. If things go right, don't blame others. You have yourself to blame. she never accepted excuses from us. And I think that that was perhaps the most valuable thing that she did, not accepting excuses, because you stop looking for excuses and you start looking for solutions. And this is what we must do in this nation today. We must find the solutions to the multitudinous problems that are facing us. There are many things that threaten to destroy this nation. Now, most people don't want to talk about those. They want to talk about what you did in the 4th grade. They want to talk about the real issues because, they have an agenda, and it's to distract. But the fact of the matter is, when I look at the things that are about to destroy this nation, division, all of those people who are trying to divide us, they are becoming very good at it. And our strength is actually in our unity. But they have managed to convince us that there is a war on women, that there are racial wars, that there are income wars, that there are age or intergenerational wars, that there are religious wars, that Democrats should hate Republicans, that Republicans should hate Democrats, that you should hate anybody with whom you disagree. How did we let ourselves get to this point? All you have to do is go on the internet and read an article and go about 5 comments down and people are calling each other horrible names. Just infantile behavior, and it's infiltrated our society. And people you don't agree with, people want to destroy them, destroy their lives, destroy their family. Where did that come from? I can tell you where it did not come from. It did not come from our Judeo-Christian values. It came from the opposite of that. And we need to understand that because, the secular progressive movement in this country, they don't like Judeo-Christian values and they don't like people who have them. But I'll tell you something about them. They've been very successful in pushing their agenda and changing who we are as a nation. And they really don't care whether you disagree with them or not, as long as you sit down and shut your mouth. And if this nation is to move in the right direction again, it is incumbent upon those of us who have the values of America to be willing to stand up and open our mouths for what we believe in, not be shut up. Intimidation is a strong tool. There's no question about it. I remember I used to be intimidated as a youngster by dogs. I was really afraid of dogs. I would be late to school because I would almost be to school and there would be a dog. And I would have to go all the way around the block and come back another way. And then there'd be another dog. And the teachers were tired of hearing my dog excuses. But, an old man saved me. He said, dogs will only bother you if they think you're afraid of them. If you ignore them, they won't bother you. I said, are you sure about that? Well, I decided I would go test it out. There was this dog on our block named Rusty. Nobody liked to go down to that end of the block because Rusty was pretty vicious. I said, I'm going to try this out on Rusty. So I go walking down there. Rusty sees me. He cannot believe his eyes. A gift delivered to him. He came running out there, snarling and barking and growling, and ran right up to me. And I said, this was a mistake. and he sniffed my leg, and he just turned around and went back to the porch. The next day, he only barked at me from the porch. The next day, he only looked at me. The next day, he didn't even bother to look at me. You see, it wasn't worth his while. And that's the same way it is with the PC police and the secular progressives. And you just have to ignore them and move on. That's what makes the difference. Move on. Well, you know, there I was, this terrible student. And, you know, it was, again, my mother who prayed for wisdom. What could she do to get this terrible student? And my brother was doing poorly also, to understand the importance of intellectual development. And you know, God gave her the wisdom. At least in her opinion. My brother and I didn't think it was that wise. I mean, turning off the TV and making us read 2 books apiece from the Detroit Public Libraries every week and submit to her written book reports, which she couldn't read. We were not happy about this at all. And, you know, she would put little check marks and highlights and underlines and stuff, and we would think she was reading them, but she wasn't. But you know, back in those days, you had to do what your parents told you. You know, there was no social psychologist saying, let the kid express themselves. So, you know, you had to do what they said. And, you know, as I read those books, you know, I began to know things that nobody else knew. I was always looking at words, so I learned how to spell. You know, you can always tell a reader because they know how to spell. And then I had to take those words and put them together into sentences, so you learn grammar and syntax. And those sentences into concepts, so you use your imagination and you learn to be creative. And in the space of a year and a half, I went from the bottom of the class to the top of the class, much to the consternation of all the students who used to laugh and call me dummy, who are now coming to me saying, Benny, how do you work this problem? And I'd say, sit at my feet, youngster, while I instruct you. I was perhaps a little obnoxious, but it sure felt good to say that to those turkeys. But, you know, I had a really revolutionary change in my thinking. And I started thinking more about what I could do as opposed to what I couldn't do. And that's what we're going to have to do as a nation. And we need to really be thinking about how do we use all of our resources to solve our problems rather than sticking our heads in the sand. You know, my entire professional career was as a pediatric neurosurgeon, saving lives, providing quality of life. And a couple of years ago, when I determined that it was time to retire, because somebody had told me that neurosurgeons die early. And I didn't believe it, so I wrote down the name of the last 10 neurosurgeons I knew who died, calculated their average age of death, and it was 61. So I said, if I'm still alive when I'm 61, I'm going to retire. And I was really looking forward to it. My wife was looking forward to it even more than I was. You know, just the whole concept, never setting the alarm clock, reading all those books that you've been saving up all those years, playing golf, getting actually good at the game, learning how to play the organ. I wasn't ever going to have to explain to anybody, you mean you never saw Rocky? You know, I was going to be able to see all these movies. It was really going to be great. But it didn't work out that way. Sometimes the Lord has a different plan for our lives. So we just have to listen, you know, when He does. But, you know, taking care of the children was the key. And retiring and relaxing and enjoying life would have felt like I was neglecting that duty, because you fix them and you put them back in an environment that is not healthy. and we no longer have a healthy environment here. For one thing, we are putting on the backs of our children incalculable debt. You know, Thomas Jefferson said it's immoral to pass on debt to the next generation. What would he say if we could bring him back today? He would stroke out immediately. $18.5 trillion of debt. And some people say it's just a number. Does it mean anything? It's not just a number that's meaningless. If you try to pay that back at a rate of $10 million a day, 365 days a year, it would take you over 5,000 years. We're putting that on the backs of the next generation. We can't continue to do that. But that's the good news, because it's actually worse than that. The fiscal gap. Now, that's something that no traditional politician will talk about. But I'm not a politician, so I can talk about it. And what it is. All the unfunded liabilities that our government owes. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all the governmental programs. You know, there's 645 government agencies and sub-agencies, all of which have budgets, government programs. You extend that. And that versus all of the revenue that we expect to take in from taxes and other revenue sources. And we don't use our revenue sources very well, by the way. The American government owns probably close to $150 trillion in assets. If we even got a reasonable return on that, we would be doing a whole lot better, but we don't manage our assets well. So anyway, those two numbers, what you owe and what you take in, should be pretty close to even. When they're not, there's a gap there. Bring it forward to today's dollar. It's called the fiscal gap. It sits at over $200 trillion. It's an unimaginable number. And the only reason we can sustain it is because we can print money, reserve currency of the world. If we could not print money with the level of debt that we have, the stock market crash in 1929 would look like a walk in the park compared to what's going to happen. This is what we are putting on the backs of the people who are coming behind us. And we need to get very serious about this. We just can't keep borrowing more money and spending more money and thinking that nothing is going to happen. And it frightens me. I had to tell you, if I were in charge of this nation and I was trying to destroy it from within, I'll tell you what I would do. I would try to divide the population. I would drive wedges in every place that I possibly could. I would have all these wars going on. I would have people hating each other, trying to destroy anything that was good. I would drive the debt to unsustainable levels. I would invite people in here from other countries, give them all kinds of benefits. I would be encouraging the people in this country to get on food stamps and everything else that they can. I would be giving people free telephones. I would be telling people that, you can get free college tuition. I would... And I would try to destroy our military. I would have the smallest Navy since 1917, the smallest Air Force since 1940. I would have sequester programs that cut out the heart personnel, lieutenant colonels, captains, majors getting letters saying don't bother to re-enlist. The morale would be so low, our generals would be retiring. I would be telling our veterans how wonderful they are, but I wouldn't fix the system to help them and leave them in a situation where 22 of them per day are committing suicide because they're so desperate. I wouldn't fix the electric grid. I wouldn't harden it. I would know that it was a problem that put us at great jeopardy, but I wouldn't do anything about it. I would abandon the space program where we got all kinds of innovations that gave us the edge. And now we have to pay $77 million every time we want to send an astronaut up to the space station, knowing that in the future, he who controls space will control the Earth. Those are the things that I would do if I were trying to do it. Any resemblance to what's going on, I'm sure, is purely coincidental. Okay. But it gives you an idea of the trouble that we're in and why each one of us has to play a role in helping to rectify the situation. And the whole concept of common sense seems to have abandoned us. You know, you look at what happened last week in France. And you look at an administration that wants to bring in thousands of people from Syria. Now, I'm as compassionate as the next guy. But I don't want to bring in anybody from that part of the world who isn't fully screened and vetted in a satisfactory way. You know, I always find it kind of amusing. Every day there's all these articles about me. You know, I said to the news media today that, you know, bringing people who are not fully screened and vetted from a part of the world where there are jihadists who want to destroy us would be like you love dogs and you love your children, but you know that there's a rabid dog out there. Well, you're going to bring your child in the house until you know that that rabid dog has been taken care of. So what does the news media do? Carson says the Syrians are like rabid dogs. I mean, this is the kind of thing that they do. Fortunately, it only works on gullible people, but the problem is there are a lot of gullible people. And, you know, it is kind of a sad thing that we've reached a point in our society where we have such dishonesty in our media. It really is very sad. What will be necessary is that if we're going to succeed in this country, the people will obviously have to learn to think for themselves, to assess all the information themselves. And reject the people with the agenda of trying to fundamentally transform our nation. We don't need to be fundamentally transformed. This is a great nation. A lot of people like to denigrate our nation and say what a horrible place it is and how we're responsible for so many horrible things in the world. If we were so terrible, why are so many people trying to get in here and nobody's trying to escape? And think about this. Before America came on the scene, 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years, people did things the same way. Within 200 years of the advent of America, men were walking on the moon. It fundamentally changed the trajectory of mankind. And for those people who say that we're not exceptional, their brain is not working. It's the most exceptional nation the world has ever known. And it is my hope and it is my dream that the people of our nation will awaken. They will understand what is at stake. The very values that led this nation to the pinnacle of the world in record time are at stake. And there are those who want to give away all of that for the sake of political correctness. We do not want to give away who we are. We welcome anybody. We're friendly with anybody. But we don't want to change who we are, because this nation is the child of every other nation in the world, and therefore has the interest of every other nation at heart, and is clearly the best nation to be able to lead to a period of time in the world where there truly is peace. We have the ability to promote the kinds of policies that will create peace, first among ourselves and then among others. We must learn, for instance, that we, the people, are our brother's keepers. It is our duty to take care of each other. It's not the government's duty to take care of everybody. And there may have been people who had good intentions. You know, it really kind of started in the 1920s with Woodrow Wilson and kind of built up into the 1960s with Lyndon Johnson and the Great Society and the War on Poverty. We were going to completely eliminate poverty in America. How'd that work out? You know, $19 trillion later, 10 times more people on food stamps, more welfare, broken homes out of wedlock, birth, crime, incarceration. Everything that was supposed to be better is not only worse, it's much worse. And that's because the government doesn't know how to do that. Now, some people probably read the Constitution and they read the preamble wrong, because the preamble says one of the jobs is to promote the general welfare. That doesn't mean to put everybody on welfare. That's not what it means. What really works well is when we begin.
All right, folks, we're going to pause that event here. Take you out to some breaking news in Paradise Valley. Water main break. Let's take you live there. Get rid of that sound there for you. Give you some details here. This is Lincoln and Tatum. Intersection now closed for a water main break. Police are urging drivers to avoid the area as that intersection is now closed. All right, folks, what you're looking at is Lincoln and Tatum water main break as you see crews working to get this situation under control. You are watching Fox 10 News Now, part of the Fox 10 Phoenix.com stream. We really appreciate everybody being part of this stream. Happy Friday to everybody. We all made it to that beautiful, beautiful weekend. While we're watching crews try to work on this water main break, take a look at what Arizona weather is truly like for everybody that's not from Arizona in this stream. This is the kind of weekend where, yeah, we're bragging just a little. 79 and 80 degrees for Saturday and Sunday, respectfully. Sunshine, beautiful. And then we have a cool down next week, but isn't that great? 68 is a cool down for us. Beautiful. All right, now Sky Fox is leaving this scene, going to the Wounded Warrior event happening. Gotta love Arizona. There's so many events happening now because the weather is just absolutely perfect. This is a great event that we're going to be showcasing to you, the Wounded Warrior Project Soldier Ride. Nearly 50 of our nation's injured veterans will come together for a long weekend of group cycling that facilitates camaraderie and healing by means of physical health and wellness activities. So this is going to be a very inspirational ride that we're going to be showcasing to you. As you can see, Sky Fox now heading over to that Wounded Warrior Project race. Take a look at our beautiful valley. For those of you not in Arizona, welcome to the Fox 10 Phoenix.com stream. Appreciate you being here. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We cover everything from local events like you see here to national topics like you just saw with Ben Carson, Donald Trump, everything happening in the political race to everything around the world, including what's happening out in Paris and also in Mali now. This is just an awesome sight here as our heroes getting together for an awesome ride to be together, share some stories, and just celebrate an awesome, awesome weekend. These are the true heroes that deserve recognition not only today, not just for the weekend, but every day. Let's give it up for these wounded warriors taking part in an awesome cycling event happening this weekend. Awesome sight. Now, before the ride, each disabled veteran is fit with adaptive equipment to meet their specific needs. What's cool about this event that veterans will also have downtime to enjoy some physical health and wellness activities like golfing at the renowned TPC Scottsdale. Same golf course where the Phoenix Open will be coming up in end of January to February. I hope we get to capture them starting off. I think that would be a great inspirational sight to see. Hopefully Sky Fox can stick around to capture that, because that would be an amazing thing to see here on this great Friday afternoon here. We're just getting started here in the Fox 10 News Now stream. Appreciate everybody being part of it. We just saw Donald Trump at a rally in South Carolina, at a presidential forum. Then we heard Ben Carson at a town hall event, and we'll get you caught up on all the other days of news as well, so stick around, folks. We're going to be here a while. This is just a great soldier ride for our awesome wounded warriors who put their bodies on the line and gave up the ultimate sacrifices of some people are losing limbs. There's a lot of physical damages, but as you can imagine, emotional damages as well, and this really brings these wounded warriors together where they can talk and understand each other and just have a great afternoon out with each other where they can socialize and take in this awesome Arizona weather. Coming up at noon, we'll show you Fox 10 News at noon, show you about the first 10 minutes of our afternoon news broadcast. You'll get the top stories, local and national, as we continue here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We appreciate everybody in the chat room. If you're just joining us, we're Sky Fox is overhead at the Wounded Warrior cycling event that is taking place this weekend, and hopefully we'll be able to see our country's bravest start up this event here. Such a great sight to see so many of our nation's best come together. They put their bodies on the line. This is great. Coming up about 1:15 today, Samuel will be back by then, but Hillary Clinton will be having a rally. So we will take that live as well. Such an inspirational moment here, folks, as we're just about to get started here at this Wounded Warriors cycling event. You can see our warriors ready for an awesome time together as they're going to go through Phoenix and Scottsdale together this weekend. Beautiful sight. Our nation's heroes, our veterans that put their bodies on the line for us. As you can see, some may have lost limbs, but they did not lose their spirit. And that's why when you look at images like this, folks, it looks like we're about to get started here. The Wounded Warriors cycling event starting right now. Let's all tip our hats to these guys. Awesome stuff going on here. They never lost their spirit. And how can you not be inspired with a sight like this, folks? If you are complaining because, well, maybe your body aches a little some days, or you're not feeling up to it to move around and get out, well, when you look at this, Wounded Warriors, people who some don't have limbs anymore, and they're coming out and doing what they can to be together, and you gotta be inspired by this. If you're healthy, you should get out there and cycle and run as well, because these people are doing it with a lot less than you. Get out there. Be inspired. Just an amazing sight here. This shows that you're really just never out of the game of life, huh? Never give up. These guys didn't. These women didn't. All right, folks, our Skyfox will be leaving the scene. I'm glad they were able to capture them taking off here. Wounded Warriors event. Awesome sight. Let's get you straight out to Fox 10 News at noon for the top updates of the day so far.
Game approaches.
Arizona ski season officially kicks off today. We'll tell you about the ski area that just opened this morning.
And we'll meet who may be the world's youngest barista.
Does anybody need a drink?
Well, good afternoon. A developing story out of the African nation of Mali, where Islamic extremists with guns and grenades stormed a hotel, taking more than 100 hostages.
This afternoon, we can tell you that the day-long siege is over, but as the hours have worn on, it seems to have been getting worse and worse. Now they're saying as many as 27 people were killed by the terrorists there. The violence is happening at the Radisson Blu, an upscale hotel in the city of Bamako in this French-speaking nation. The attackers shouted over and over again, "God is great," in Arabic, started shooting and took 170 people hostage. 6 Americans were evacuated from the hotel. What we don't know is, are there any Americans among the as many as 27 who were killed? All of the remaining hostages have been freed. A UN official speaking on condition of anonymity says initial reports indicate 27 killed. 12 bodies were found in the basement. 15 more dead bodies on the second floor of the hotel. Now, some of the hostages either escaped or were freed earlier. These pictures show Mali soldiers helping a hostage get to safety. Special forces entered the hotel and began freeing hostages floor by floor. At least 2 of these Islamic extremists have been killed, and forces had been going from room to room checking for any more bodies.
Well, back here at home, the long-running contempt of court case against Sheriff Joe Arpaio is finally coming to an end. Closing arguments taking place in court today. Andrew has been covering the story for us live at the courthouse.
And Celeste, they just broke for lunch here outside federal court, and I can tell you that the ACLU spent about 2.5 to 3 hours this morning delivering their closing arguments. They had 2 attorneys go up and talk, and the third attorney is going to be from the Justice Department. But that Justice Department attorney did not get to present his argument until after lunch. Apparently the ACLU took a little too long, and so now we're going to come back after lunch and hear more from the ACLU. That's before we hear from the sheriff's attorneys. This wraps up about 20 days of testimony in the second phase of the sheriff's contempt of court hearing. He's accused of violating the judge's order that came down a number of years ago, which forbid the sheriff from enforcing federal immigration law. Just a couple quick quotes from the ACLU's arguments this morning. They claim that the sheriff's office should be protecting the public and not its leaders, and the sheriff continued to search for ways to undermine the court's orders and the court's rulings. So the attorneys will be back after lunch at 1 o'clock, and we expect a little bit more from the ACLU, and then the sheriff's attorneys will get to present their arguments. Back to you.
All right, Andrew, thanks. The Arizona Supreme Court has just ruled that medical marijuana users can use their prescription as a defense in a DUI case. The court ruled that cardholders can still be charged with DUI, but can try to at least prove that they didn't have enough active marijuana in their system to be impaired while out on the roadways. The problem, however, is that there's no commonly accepted threshold yet on what concentrations of marijuana are sufficient to cause someone to be impaired.
Military aircraft in the sky over downtown Phoenix last night. It's part of a military training exercise which has been taking place across the valley with the help of local law enforcement for the past couple of weeks. The training is for special operations forces in urban locations. There will be more of these same training exercises taking place at Luke Air Force Base next month.
A pilot lands a small plane on a road out in the Southeast Valley. You can see it was right around sunset yesterday. The plane landing along Riggs Road between the I-10 and State Route 347. Now, it looks like somebody made it out of the cockpit okay, and there isn't any real sign of damage to the aircraft, but it's still not clear what caused the pilot to land on the road.
Well, a security scare at Sky Harbor Airport. A building was evacuated overnight after an unattended gym bag was found with black wires coming out of a side pocket. This was not at any of the terminals. It was at the Sky Harbor Aviation Facilities building at 24th Street in Buckeye. The bomb squad was called in, the building evacuated, and Buckeye Road was shut down. Turns out the bag had only miscellaneous personal items and was not considered a hazard. Well, one more person has died as a result of last week's attacks in Paris, raising the total number of victims killed now to 130. 1 week after the attacks, Paris remains in deep mourning. This was the scene of a candlelight vigil a short time ago. But as people mourn, French police have been busy. They've conducted nearly 800 raids since last week's attacks. Last night alone, police did 182 raids, detained 17 people, seized 76 weapons. In addition, 164 people have been placed under house arrest with new powers permitted under France's state of emergency.
Back in this country, the U.S. House passes a measure to temporarily stop Syrian and Iraqi refugees from coming into the United States. The bill doesn't stop it completely or permanently, but it certainly tightens the vetting process. The House bill requires the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and National Intelligence Agency to conduct background checks on each refugee so there is a clear picture of who they are and what their backgrounds are. Some say the bill won't pass the Senate, though. The Democratic leader there, even though they're in the minority, Harry Reid says he'll do everything he can to stop it. If it makes it to the president's desk, the president says he'll veto it anyway. New at noon in the border battle, 2 suspected drug smugglers are caught trying to sneak close to 700 pounds of pot into the country. Pinal County Sheriff's officials making the bust this week near Casa Grande. So they obviously got into the country and made it all the way up into close to the valley. They seized 30 bundles of marijuana with a value of $300,000 plus. These guys ditched their car and ran off, but it was only a matter of minutes before deputies caught up with them.
Well, new at noon, a water main break at this hour in Paradise Valley. Skyfox over Lincoln and Tatum within just the last half hour or so. And you see some of that water there right in the middle of the street and some of those folks working to clean it up. The water making a mess, but crews are on the scene taking care of it, and traffic right now is getting through. Well, we're getting a live look at a pretty inspirational cycling event going on in Phoenix. It's the Wounded Warrior Project Soldier Ride. This is in Paradise Valley near Tatum and Lincoln, right nearby there. Nearly 50 of our nation's injured veterans coming together for 3 days of cycling. This gives vets a chance to push their mental and physical boundaries. The event promotes rehabilitation and camaraderie. It's in the Valley through tomorrow.
Some ASU students were camped out early this morning at the A on A Mountain in Tempe. ASU and the U of A will be playing their annual rivalry game, the Territorial Cup. So the students are trying to protect the A from any hijinks that might have been coming from students down Tucson way. Every year, U of A students seem to be able to sneak up there and paint the A in their school colors of red and blue. This year, ASU actually needs to win this game just to be eligible to play in a bowl. The game is tomorrow afternoon, either at Sun Devil Stadium or you can watch it on Fox Sports 1. That's at 1:30 tomorrow. Now, down at the stadium itself, a lot of students have already been camped out, hoping to get the best seats in the house. This year, ASU, as we say, does need that one additional win. These students say they can't wait to get in and see the rivalry. The Devils bring the Devils bring the cup back to Tempe.
We're insane and it's cold, but it's like really, really fun. Definitely like the sense of community we have as like students.
It's exciting because I know the stands will be full, so the game is going to be awesome.
So while the stadium should be rocking, if you don't have a chance to make it there, as we say, it'll be on our Fox Sports station. That's Fox Sports 1.
Well, coming up, here's just some of what's still to come.
All right, folks. So you just saw first 8 minutes of Fox 10 News at noon on this Friday afternoon. How we all doing, folks? My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you in the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox 10 Phoenix.com. Lots going on today, obviously, with the terror attack in Mali. State Department is about to get their daily briefing started in about 5 minutes. We'll take that live for you because we know that the major questions today during that briefing from the press will be on Mali. So we'll get you that briefing press conference as soon as it starts. I see it in my corner screen here. The shot is set up, but probably wait about 5 minutes here. And then coming up at about 1:15, Hillary Clinton event happening today. We will take that live for you as well, like we always do when there's live events happening around the state, around the country. We bring it to you because that is what Fox 10 News Now is all about. What we do is we stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., try to hit all the big events of the day. And when that happens, you guys are informed and you guys are in the know more because we don't clip rallies or we don't clip speeches into sound bites. What we do here, we don't have a time restriction, okay? So we show it to you in its full form. So you're able to get that raw kind of feel like if you were actually at the event. So that's what's up. That's what's going on. That's some of our latest things that we're here to talk about. And let me just show you some of the top stories happening right now as we get ready for that State Department briefing in just about 5 minutes here.
Well, this may all come down to the Senate, where some Democrats may wind up filibustering these new stringent requirements for security checks for incoming Syrian refugees. The president, meantime, promises to move forward. President Obama arriving this morning in Malaysia, making his way to a town hall event with young people and invoking last week's attacks in Paris.
You can set an example, not just to stand up to violent extremism, but to build interfaith dialogue, promote tolerance.
Meantime, in France, after killing the architect behind the terror attacks, police there are still trying to track down others who might have been involved. There is more unease around the world as ISIS has released new videos, leveling threats that specifically mention the United States. Although FBI Director Jim Comey told Congress yesterday that all of this must be kept in perspective.
ISIL and its supporters put out all kinds of propaganda like videos and magazines, but that is not credible intelligence. Of course, we investigate all of those propaganda threats.
But Comey has also raised concerns about the challenges involved in vetting the 10,000 Syrian refugees that the administration would like to allow into the U.S. And in a stinging rebuke of that plan, Republicans in the House, along with many Democrats, passed a measure yesterday to require a more stringent review process, something the president has promised to veto, saying it's not in keeping with U.S. values.
It baffles me. I just, for the life of me, don't understand why his veto threat came as it did, especially given the fact that his own law enforcement top officials came to Congress and testified that there are gaps in this refugee program.
Now, this vote seems to have really surprised the White House yesterday, specifically the fact that 47 Democrats joined with Republicans to support these new screening requirements. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Islamic extremists suspected of another attack, this time in Mali. Gunmen storming the Radisson Blu Hotel in Bamako, the country's capital, taking more than 100 guests and workers hostage. There are deaths, and reports some of the hostages were freed after reciting Quran verses. Malian special forces freeing hostages floor by floor.
We have received reports just recently about a new terrorist attack in Mali, and that just underlines the importance of fighting terrorism, fighting extremism, and fighting ISIL.
The siege coming a week after militants carried out coordinated attacks around Paris, killing 130 and injuring hundreds of others. Mali happens to be a former French colony, and the French military helped remove several jihadist groups from power in Mali's northern half in 2012. French President François Hollande offering his support.
Once again, terrorists want to make their barbaric presence felt everywhere, where they can kill, where they can massacre.
Americans among those in the hotel. The U.S. Embassy in Mali urging American citizens in the country to shelter in place. Some 24 U.S. military personnel in Bamako at the time of the attack, some assisting first responders.
We're monitoring the situation.
This is not the first violent attack in Bamako this year. Gunmen killing 5 when they opened fire on a restaurant often frequented by foreigners in the city in March this year. In Johannesburg, South Africa, Paul Tilsley, Fox News.
Tensions escalating between police and demonstrators who are calling for justice in the shooting death of 24-year-old Jamar Clark. Clark was killed Sunday in what police say was a scuffle with Minneapolis police officers responding to an assault.
Release the tapes! Release the tapes! Release the tapes! Release the tapes!
The president of the Minneapolis NAACP joining protesters Thursday, demanding authorities release videos of the fatal shooting.
Enough is enough. We're demanding a release of the tapes.
The longer we hold on to them, the worse the situation looks.
Some witnesses allege Clark was handcuffed when he was shot.
There have been so many false narratives that have been spun by the Minneapolis Police Department. We've been on the ground. We've talked to witnesses. We have serious concerns.
However, the president of the Minneapolis Police Union is disputing such claims.
He chose to engage officers in a life-or-death struggle for an officer's weapon. At no time was Mr. Clark handcuffed. Mr. Clark was indeed armed. This event should have been a peaceful encounter. It was the actions and choices of Mr. Clark alone that determined its outcome.
The protests have grown increasingly violent. On Wednesday, at least one officer had to be treated after demonstrators threw irritants and Molotov cocktails at police.
We will not tolerate violent actions by anyone that will put our public at risk. And I also will not tolerate any violent actions against my officers.
While authorities have said there is no video of the shooting from police dashboard or body cameras, they are reviewing security cam footage in the area. But they say no videos will be released while the investigation is ongoing. Lauren Green, Fox News.
Of roadway in Southern California causing it to buckle. It's pretty ugly. Take a look at this image here. It's an aerial view for you. You can see the pavement crumbling apart there in the middle of your screen.
All right, folks, just happening right now. State Department briefing is happening live. Let's take you out to that. Going on right now in Washington. Probably going to get a lot of insight from the Mali attack and what's going on right now.
We'll go through the regular daily briefing. I know there are a lot of questions about what happened in Mali today. I'll be prepared on the back end of Brett's briefing to deal with that and to take those questions and then whatever else is on your mind for today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. McGurk.
So thanks for allowing me to take a few minutes here just to update you on what we're doing against ISIL. And I was with a lot of you in Vienna and then Antalya and then Paris. Spent an extra day in Paris. And a real theme, of course, coming out of those trips is not only our solidarity with the French, but our commitment across the entire globe, and you really felt this, I think, in Antalya, to accelerate our efforts against this barbaric terrorist organization. And what we are doing now, the steps we're taking have really been building for the last year. If you go back to a year ago, the thought of our putting real pressure on the heartland of ISIL and its main connections between Raqqa and Mosul is something we wanted to do, but it wasn't impossible to do that a year ago. Taking back major ground and territory, finding out about the financial networks, the economic structures, how they're actually financing themselves, and then trying to root that out. That wasn't possible about a year ago, even 6 months ago, but it's possible now. So I think we have an opportunity now, in the wake of Paris, to really galvanize the entire coalition and intensify our pressure across the board. And I would put it in two ways. We want to make no mistake. We're going to destroy this terrorist organization, and in two ways. We're going to suffocate the core, which is in Iraq and Syria, and we are going to suffocate the global networks. And the global networks is something that everybody's focused on now, and rightfully so, and I've said this before, we've never really seen anything like this before. 30,000 foreign fighters, these jihadi fighters coming from 100 countries all around the world into Syria and Iraq. Depending on who's counting, there are different numbers from the 80s, but it's about double the number that went into Afghanistan in the 80s. Those guys came from just a handful of countries. This is 100 countries all around the world. Myself and General Allen over the last year traveled to about 30 capitals and coalition capitals, including North Africa, Europe, Gulf states, Asia. And you heard a common theme of what's driving a lot of these young men and women to join this fight in Iraq and Syria, and it is this phony notion of the caliphate that Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi announced in the summer of 2014. And his core driving philosophy, if you really read it, going all the way back to Zarqawi in 2004, is this expanding state that they claim to be trying to create, this war of flags of constant expansion. So one of our core focus areas, therefore, in suffocating the core is shrinking that area, and that is happening. So I wanted to take about 10 minutes really to go through what we're doing now. It's a combination of activities, economic, diplomatic, political, military, and talk about that, and then also what we're doing, of course, in the global, with the global networks. But in suffocating the core, I think you have a general map there just to situate where you are. And you've heard a lot about these disparate pieces. But when we look at it every day, those of us working on this every day with our national security team in the White House and the Pentagon and Treasury Department, it's all part of a coherent whole. And if you go around the map, I just go clockwise. There's been a lot of talk, of course, we were all just in Turkey, about this 98-kilometer area. It's the last area of the border that ISIL still controls with Turkey. It's on the top left of the map. There's a town called Mare. You hear about the Mare line. That is the extent of ISIL's westward advance. They have tried now for a number of months to move further west. We've worked very hard with the Turks diplomatically, extremely close cooperation with Turkey, and with groups that are on the ground to ensure that this is going to be the extent of ISIL's westward advance, and now we're going to start pushing them back. My colleagues in the Defense Department can talk in more detail about that, but of course at Incirlik Air Base, we've significantly increased our presence with F-16s, with A-10s, and most recently with F-15s, and that came out of an agreement that we negotiated with the Turks now going back about 3 or 4 months ago, and we think that's going quite well. So in our cooperation with Turkey, politically, diplomatically, talking to the Turks very closely about how we are going to coordinate to do this. There are activities on the ground going on now with the fighters on the Mare line against ISIL, And also there are things we expect and hope the Turks will do on their side of the border to shut off this last stretch of territory to ISIL. If you go to the east, what I would say is number 2. It's very important, as you see the Euphrates River bisects Syria, the entire eastern side of the Euphrates River, which a year or so ago was almost all entirely under ISIL, is now entirely inhospitable to ISIL. That, of course, started in the town of Kobani. At one point, we were down to just a few blocks in Kobani and a few hundred of the fighters in Kobani defending the town. We made a decision about a year ago to help them, starting with an airdrop and then military support. And they have expanded from there. A very significant defeat to ISIL, in which we then took away their main border entry point, which is on the map here, of Tel Abyad. Tel Abyad was their hub. It was their economic hub. It was where they processed all of their foreign fighters. It is no longer an area in which they can do anything. And this expansion of the fighters in this part of Syria continues. And if you go to the east of Syria, in Hasaka, south of there, Al-Hal, and my colleagues at DoD have talked about this, and our role has been diplomatically trying to get these forces on the ground to work together, cooperation with some of the Iraqi Kurds to make this all work. It's been very difficult. But over the last about 30 days, they've launched a series of operations against ISIL, and it's been quite successful, taking that town of Al-Hal and then pushing south. And that has been synchronized, just keep going clockwise, with what's happening in Sinjar. Sinjar, again, took a lot of diplomatic activity, a lot of trips to northern Iraq, a lot of coordination with the Kurdish Peshmerga to help set up the conditions to do this. And that operation launched about 2 weeks ago, and the Kurdish Peshmerga retook the town of Sinjar. Why that is important and why we have been focusing on it for so long is that the lifeline for Daesh, ISIL, in its core here between Raqqa and Mosul, the I-95 corridor, is a highway called Highway 47. And they've been able to traverse it, only getting pressure on the air. They've not gotten pressure on the ground. Now, with the Kurdish Peshmerga retaking Sinjar, we have cut that main highway, and simultaneous efforts that are ongoing in Syria will continue to constrict. This is part of this suffocation. We want to isolate them in Raqqa, we want to isolate them in Mosul, and then continue to strangle and increase the pressure, and that's going to continue. If you just go further, there's Mosul. We have worked with the Iraqi Peshmerga diplomatically and with the government of Iraq to set up in Makhmur a joint headquarters. We're planning the operation of Mosul. Make no mistake, that's going to take some time, but we are already now, there's a new governor in Nineveh province, and working with him to recruit local fighters and organize them to begin to put pressure, constrict, and suffocate, and that's something that will continue. If you go south towards Baghdad and the Tigris River, it's important to remember in the summer of 2014 when ISIL was pouring down the Tigris River Valley, pressing on Baghdad. Now the dynamic is complete opposite. The Beji oil refinery, something that I think historians will look at the fight for the Beji oil refinery, and the Iraqis fought quite heroically there. We, of course, helped them over 14 months with airdrops and military support. And Iraqi forces ultimately now have secured the Beji refinery, secured Beji, and that we think is really now the extent of ISIL's southern advance. Go south to Beji and Tikrit. Tikrit is very important because it's where everything came together, the economic, political, and diplomatic. Extremely difficult situation at first. In terms of the retaking of Tikrit, there were a lot of Shia militia groups involved in that operation in the beginning, and it didn't go particularly well. The Iraqi government came to us and asked for help. We worked very closely with them diplomatically and politically to set the conditions in place to help them. They ultimately retook Tikrit. But since Tikrit has been retaken, what's most important, this, of course, is an iconic Sunni city, and working with the global coalition, with the United Nations, with the government of Iraq, set up an international stabilization fund to help get refugees back into the city of Tikrit. And now about 75% of the population has returned to Tikrit. That's significant because in most areas here in Iraq and Syria, the population is not returning to their homes. We have it actually working in Tikrit. It's far from perfect. It's hard every single day. Our embassy team is working it every day with the UN and with the government of Iraq. And we're learning lessons every day of how that went and what we can do better as we move on to other areas. I'll just loop around because one of the other areas is, of course, Ramadi. Ramadi fell about 90 days ago and was a significant setback to the overall campaign, something we've talked about in detail. We know what ISIL wanted to do when they took Ramadi. They wanted to sweep east down the Euphrates River and again pressure Baghdad, basically collapse the Iraqi security forces. We made an immediate decision, working with Prime Minister Badi and the Iraqi government at his invitation. We sent some of our special forces units into Taqadum Air Base to help the Iraqis regroup, reorganize, recruit local fighters, and begin to push back. They halted that ISIL advance entirely, and now they are moving on Ramadi, and my DoD colleagues can talk about that in more detail. But given what ISIL tried to do and given where they are now, that is now going the right way, although it's extremely difficult. Iraqi security forces in this operation to retake Ramadi have already suffered about 1,200 casualties, about 200 dead. They are fighting, they're dying to retake their country, and that's something that we are very much going to help them do. 2 more points on this map before I get to the global network. Haditha, going up the Euphrates River Valley there. Haditha has been a focus for ISIL. They've poured everything they possibly could at it, and they have failed. We have worked with the coalition at Al Assad Air Base. I've been out there now a number of times ourselves, the Australians, the Danes. We are there not only working with Iraqi security forces, but also working with local tribal fighters. And they have now gone from defensive maneuver operate to actually expanding their presence and defeating ISIL and doing offensive operations. That's quite significant because we've had to work closely politically with the Iraqi government and pull a number of measures together on the economic, humanitarian side and the military side, and I think Haditha is where a lot of that has come together. The final point, just to finish the circle, is in Al-Raqqa. Al-Raqqa is where we think their leaders are, where we think a lot of their planning cells exist, and we are going to do all we possibly can, working with all the forces available and working politically, diplomatically, and across the economic line of effort to isolate and entrap ISIL in Al-Raqqa. So that's all I'll say about that now. But I think the fact that just last week, going after Jihadi John, the fact that Junaid Hussein, we found them on the streets of Raqqa and were able to conduct a very precise target operations thanks to the great work that our colleagues do, and that's going to continue. We have seen that as we continue to put pressure on ISIL, they make mistakes, they do stupid things, and we are going to really do all we can to intensify the pressure over these coming weeks. Let me talk about outside the core and the networks. These are the foreign fighter flows, the foreign fighter networks. We've done a lot over the last year. When we started the coalition, there wasn't much focus on this at all, quite frankly. We passed a Chapter 7 resolution since that time. We've had about 44 countries have passed new laws, 22 countries reinforcing legal frameworks. But most importantly, we've had about 34 countries now around the world, and it's quite significant, have arrested foreign fighters or broken up cells and networks. And what we want to do now within the coalition, this started some time ago, but we really need to accelerate it, is it's one thing to break up a plot in one capital and another capital. It's another thing to work across our law enforcement intelligence communities, work within a coalition to share information and just collapse and shock the networks. And that's what we want to do. We need to work as a global community, as a global coalition to share information. As one capital breaks up a cell, as another capital breaks up a cell, we have to connect the dots and shock these networks and collapse them. There's a role for every country in the coalition to play in this regard. There's a role particularly for Turkey to play, but there's also a role for what we call the source countries, in which people are coming from capitals all around the world into Turkey and then into Syria. Within the EU, they have had a debate for some time about what we call passenger name registries in terms of passenger airplanes, and a debate between privacy versus security is something that they've been debating for some time. We obviously feel very strongly that we have to get those PNR instruments in place. We know how to do this. We are very focused on the homeland. We know everybody coming in. We keep these records very carefully. Bureaus here in the State Department track this every single day, and it's something that we need our coalition partners to assist with, and we believe very strongly in their capitals to do the same. I know the EU is talking about this today in Brussels. I will be seeing their political director later today, and we feel very strongly that now is the time to move forward on some of these very important protections. On top of this effort against ISIL is the ongoing conflict in Syria, and many of you are in Vienna, and of course this is a primary focus of ours. And really the core element of that second Vienna communique is not only a timeline in which everybody has agreed upon but getting all those critical countries in the room, the entire permanent 5 members of the Security Council, the Saudis, the Iranians, and everybody else. Those have been very intense conversations, but I think overall very constructive conversations. And a key element in that communique is the concept of a ceasefire, because there's broad recognition that we all need to focus on these terrorist groups, and that the ongoing conflict between the regime and the opposition can sometimes get in the way of that. However, that conflict will not wind down unless we have a credible process for a political transition. So there is some convergence of views. I think the process in Vienna has been constructive, and that is obviously, as we're focused on ISIL and suffocating the networks, we are focused very intensively on the diplomatic track, because many of these things are linked. That's a very broad brush overview of what we're trying to do, but just make no mistake, and I just came from the White House. We're, of course, getting ready for the visit of President Hollande. We just saw him the other day in Paris, and we stand with them. We're going to help them. They're moving the Charles de Gaulle, it's there now, into the Eastern Mediterranean. It'll then be going into the Gulf. We're helping them with more intelligence sharing with the agreement we just signed with them, and we are going to work with them and with the entire coalition to suffocate these networks and to destroy this terrorist organization. But finally, it's going to take time. There are just no shortcuts here. These guys, they grew out of the AQI, an enemy that we knew very well, but they are better in every respect. They're better manned, they're better funded, they're better resourced, they're better fighters. And of course, we are working with indigenous forces on the ground to do the fighting on the ground, because we feel very strongly that that is the longer term solution. But we are putting U.S. Special Forces on the ground into Syria, as the President has announced, to help enable those forces. We are putting U.S. Special Forces on the ground. Of course, we already have them in Iraq to help advise and assist and enable. And those are the types of things that we'll be looking to intensify over the coming weeks.
Start with a few questions here.
I'm okay.
Dave, go ahead.
Yes, you make a good case about shrinking the core ISIS territory in Syria and Iraq, but parallel to that, in recent months, we've seen that they're able to carry out attacks in continental Europe. They appear to have planted a bomb on a Russian plane in Sinai. Several groups in Africa have either pledged allegiance to them or have sprouted out of ISIS sympathizers in Libya, arguably Nigeria, other parts of the Sahel. How does this fit into a broader global campaign against ISIS and jihadi-style groups?
Well, one thing, it's not just focused on Iraq and Syria, as I tried to say. So we have to focus on Iraq and Syria because that's one of the main draws and appeal, and we cannot allow these guys to have safe haven. So suffocating the core is critical. But at the same time, in parallel and just as intense and just as determined and just as decisive, we want to focus on the global networks. The global affiliates, it's more complicated than sometimes. A lot of these terrorist groups have already been existing for some time, and just because they put up an ISIL flag doesn't necessarily make it more of a threat than it might have already been. However, and we're looking at each affiliate very closely, we have a whole process for this. We're looking at, are there connections between ISIL core and Raqqa and the global affiliate? Are there foreign fighter flows? Is there messaging coordination? And that is why when we see that, and when we see a leader affiliated with ISIL, we will not hesitate, obviously, to take action. And you just saw that last week where we targeted the head of ISIL in Libya. So this is something that is going to continue. But this is a global network. It is spread by modern technology and social networking. It is a challenge, something we have not seen before, and that's why we have to do this. That's why we built a global coalition of 65 members. And we need to coordinate better, share information more, do it faster. On Monday here at the State Department, we will be bringing in all the ambassadors of the coalition, and we will address them in some detail about our plans going forward. We will also be very specific for some additional resource needs we need from them. And we expect that Vice President Biden will come and address those ambassadors on Monday.
You began by talking about the 98-kilometer stretch of the Syrian-Turkish border. Why has it been so difficult to close that, given that you have a functioning state to the north with an enormous standing army? What is so difficult about undertaking and then prosecuting that effort?
Oh, it's a good question. It's a significant stretch of territory, and within that gap area, we call it the Monbij Gap. ISIL has fortified itself in there. So in that little 98 kilometer by 40 kilometer area, the town of Dabiq is there. Dabiq is their kind of ideological capital. It's where they, in their perverse view of the world, believe Armageddon is going to begin. That's a very fortified ISIL town. Manbij is an area in which they collect foreign fighters and direct them across the battlefield. Jarablus, Arai are areas in which they continue to funnel foreign fighters in. So this is a heartland for them, and they are fortified there. So to find the forces on the ground to do the fighting and to do it in a way in which we know they're going to win is something that we are in mill-to-mill conversations with the Turks on. But more importantly, and this came up in the conversation with President Obama and President Erdogan in Turkey, are efforts that the Turks are going to take on their side of the border. But the Turks have made clear to us they are all in on this effort. They have been, I think, from the moment that we opened the Incirlik Air Base agreement and started flying out of there. And one thing you can look at is that the Turks are flying F-16s and doing bombing runs against ISIL in this Mar-a-Lago area regularly, consistently now. So it's a difficult geography, it's difficult terrain, and I defer to my military colleagues in terms of exactly how it will go. But we want to get it right, but it's also already started. You just look at what we're doing every single day in terms of airstrikes in this area, but most importantly, working with the Turks to coordinate to make sure that we can get this right. And that's a conversation from President Obama and President Erdogan. It's a conversation I have had a number of times. I was in Ankara before Antalya last week to see their foreign minister and others. Our vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff I spoke with yesterday is on his way to Turkey. And much of our conversations here are focused on taking care of this last stretch of territory.
Yes, one question. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McGurk. About your your military aid for the Iraqi Kurds. Some people and organizations, including the International Crisis Group, have suggested that you condition that military aid on, say, political reform, because they are afraid that this political rivalry in the region could escalate into the more violence. Do you set any conditions for the military aid you provide for the KRG?
It's a good question. I've spent a lot of time with the Kurds over the last year, well before that, but especially over the last year in Erbil and Suli and Dahuk. I was with all the political parties at a critical moment in their political process just a few months ago. We are deeply, deeply engaged with all the Kurdish parties, and our message to them is clear that when the Kurds are united, nothing can defeat them. And we saw that in Kobani. In Kobani, as I said, we came to the aid of the defenders of the town of Kobani, but then we also worked diplomatically very aggressively with Turkey. And I was in Ankara late one evening with General Allen and Prime Minister Davutoglu about getting resupplies into Kobani, and the Turks, of course, then opened a corridor for the Iraqi Kurdish Peshmerga to come into Kobani. It was a moment in which the Kurds really united against this threat, and they dealt a decisive blow to ISIL. We do get concerned when we see the Kurdish parties politically divided because this war is not over. The Kurds are suffering martyrs every single day, so we constantly encourage them to unite their ranks against this threat. There will be political disagreements. There are time for those, but right now we really encourage the Kurds to be united against this threat. In terms of military support, we're working closely with the Peshmerga across the board, working closely with all the Kurdish parties, the PUK and the KDP, and we're making sure that they have what they need to prevail.
Just one more question on the Syrian Kurds, just one more. Sir, the United States has definitely been supporting the Syrian Kurds a lot, and without the United States support, Kobani could have fallen. But the Syrian Kurds, when you talk to their leaders, they say we need more actual ammunition, actual weapons. And the United States has said, for example, even the recent airdrop was intended for the Arab opposition, not for the Kurdish forces. What is the hesitation here? Why the United States is not openly and actively providing them with weapons while it's willing to provide air cover for them? I just don't understand that quite well.
I'm just not going to discuss all the details here of these conversations, but we're going to work with groups that are fighting ISIL and make sure they have what they need to succeed.
Can you tell us anything about the role of U.S. military advisors on the ground? Are they literally just providing advice, or have they actually been engaged in any fighting, in any military action, actually handling weapons?
Well, for the most part, our military advisors are providing advisory support, training, and assistance. That's across the board. So we have two sites in Anbar province. We're in Taji, in Baghdad, of course, Basmaya, and across the Kurdish-Iraqi region. And we're joined by a number of coalition partners from Spain to the Dutch to the Danes, to the Australians, the Brits, and the French. The French have a number of significant assets on the ground that are working very closely with us, particularly in northern Iraq. So it was primarily training, advice, support. The effort I mentioned in Taqadum Air Base, for example, it was about getting the Iraqis reorganized, getting them on their feet, helping them facilitate, working with the Iraqi government in Baghdad to get the forces available to begin to repush, take the initiative against ISIL in Ramadi. However, there are times, of course, when we believe it's in our national security interest and the president authorizes for more direct action missions. So you've seen that against Abu Sayyaf, the #1 financier of ISIL, an operation into northern Syria about 5-6 months ago now. And we collected more information off that site than we have in any special forces operation history. It was what has led now to a number of operations to really just completely uproot ISIL's economic, financial networks in Deir ez-Zor in eastern Syria. And you're going to see more of that. A lot of that came out of that raid. And of course, when we helped the Iraqi Kurdish Peshmerga do the rescue operation against the 70 hostages. And of course, we lost a brave American in that operation. So we have people in harm's way risking their life against this barbaric enemy, and that's going to continue. But I will say, I was in Erbil and I met these hostages who were rescued, all of whom were about to be executed the next morning. And it was just an incredible moment, and it just spoke to how important this is and why we need to do everything we can to prevail.
Okay, we're going to just take one more, Saeed. I'll give you the last question.
Thank you. Sir, I wanted to ask you about Anbar. You said that you are mobilizing indigenous forces. What is the status of mobilizing the indigenous forces in the Anbar region to liberate Ramadi?
Well, we set a target, and it was in the Iraqi budget, of about 8,000 tribal fighters in Anbar province, paid for by the Iraqi government. We have had full cooperation from Prime Minister Abadi and the government for that effort. We have about, and the numbers fluctuate a little bit, we have about 7,000 in Anbar who are fighting. And we have found that when the tribes mobilize and they're able to coordinate with us, they're extremely successful. But let's remember, ISIL didn't just come into Anbar province when Mosul fell. They actually moved into Fallujah and into Ramadi on January 1st, 2014, going on almost 2 years now. And even before that, all through 2013, they were decimating the tribal structures and the networks, kind of trying to hollow out the societal structures that had existed. So this is extremely hard work. That's why we have these 2 sites in Anbar province to help mobilize the local indigenous forces to take back their communities. And most importantly, Prime Minister Abadi, he has a philosophy of governance consistent with Iraq's constitution. It's embedded, interwoven in their constitution of decentralization and empowering the governors and local leaders to provide for their own affairs. So you've seen that in Tikrit, where the governor of Saladin and the local leaders there have been empowered to help bring people back to their streets. And we've been working very closely with the governor of Anbar province and the local leaders of Anbar province to help ensure that when neighborhoods are taken back, and it's going to be neighborhood by neighborhood, it will be extremely difficult. This is Ramadi we're talking about. That the resources are there, that the police are there to come back to the streets, and the Italians have led an effort to train the Anbari police, training about 1,000 of them right now, and that the governor and the local leaders have the resources they need to help bring people back to the streets. So I think we've had very good cooperation between the local leaders out in Anbar province and the central government, facilitated by our folks. But it's very difficult. ISIL is going to put up an extremely hard fight. The 3 predominantly Sunni capitals in Anbar, Tikrit. Tikrit is no longer under ISIL's control, Mosul, and Ramadi. And ISIL and its predecessor AQI have fought for Ramadi for years, and they are not going to give up without a major fight. I mentioned the casualties the Iraqis have already taken to take it back. And this is going to be a very difficult fight. But we are, and you can get the briefing from Colonel Warren, who gives excellent briefings and real detailed briefings of what we are doing to help enable those forces right now on the ground. So this will take some time, but I think we have the pieces in place to do it.
Thanks very much. Thanks everybody. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, everybody. I know everybody's following the major story today out of Mali, so I do have some updates for you. And the information is literally still coming in. Malian authorities report that the security incident at the Radisson Hotel has concluded. Our embassy there is lifting its recommendation for U.S. citizens to shelter in place. However, the embassy continues to urge all U.S. citizens to minimize movement around Bamako and be vigilant of their surroundings. And they want them to continue monitoring local media for updates and adhere to instructions of local authorities. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank Malian and other first responders and security forces who responded to this attack so promptly and quickly, and helped rescue so many. And that would include members of the U.S. military who happened to be at the site at the time and chipped in to assist first responders in moving people to secure locations. I can confirm that all the chief of mission personnel who were at the hotel at the time of the attack are accounted for and are in a safe location. I don't have any information to corroborate reports concerning the number of U.S. citizens in the hotel. About a dozen Americans, including chief of mission personnel in that dozen, were rescued. The embassy in Bamako is providing all appropriate consular assistance, as you might expect. I have no U.S. injuries or deaths to report at this time. We're working to verify the safety and security of U.S. citizens there in Bamako. We're still working through that process right now. The embassy, as I said, is returning to normal duties, but again, urging everybody to be vigilant. There is one rumor, I'd like to put the rest. It was a rumor, I think, in some press reporting that a U.S. diplomatic plated vehicle was somehow used or involved in the attack. That is not true. It was, in fact, a diplomatic plated vehicle at the hotel at the time of the attack. It was there for completely other purposes, driven by government employees, and the driver and passengers were able to escape without harm. So there was no involvement by a diplomatic plated vehicle in the attack. There's also been some reports that the airport is closed. That is not true. I think there's one carrier that has halted its flights in and out of Bamako, but the airport is open. There's been no curtailment of air operations there by the vast bulk of carriers.
Before you go on, or do you have other stuff to get to?
Let me make sure I don't have anything else, Matt. No, I think that's
Well, I just want to ask about the car. You're saying that there was a U.S. diplomatic plated vehicle at the hotel, but that was and that was the car that people were talking about, or are you saying, not ruling out that another car with a non-U.S. diplomatic plate or a U.S. diplomatic plate could have?
Is that there were rumors that a U.S. diplomatic plated vehicle was used in the attack or involved in the attack by the attackers. That is false. There was a U.S. diplomatic vehicle on the site driven by government employees that were there for official business.
Right.
And they were able to escape, and the driver and passengers were able to escape without harm. We have no evidence that a U.S. diplomatic vehicle was in any way involved in the attack.
I missed the report that said it was a U.S. diplomatic plate, but what about any diplomatic plate? Do you know?
I don't.
Oh, okay. And then
did they escape on foot and leave the car at the scene?
They escaped in the vehicle.
In the vehicle.
Yeah.
And why? What was going on there that they were at this hotel?
Well,
was it a meeting, or were they just
no? These are
cocktails?
They're no. As you know, Matt, there are sometimes diplomatic personnel that are on temporary duty to one or other missions around the world, and oftentimes hotels serve as lodging. So it was lodging, okay. And they need transportation to and from to get to work and that kind of thing. And so
Gotcha.
this was a passenger van that was used to help transport people to and from as they needed to do their business. But they were, as far as I know, they were there simply because of lodging. Yeah.
John, you said that U.S. military helped move people to safe locations. Could you detail other ways in which U.S. diplomatic or military personnel were involved?
There was no active involvement that I'm aware of by U.S. military or U.S. government personnel with respect to dealing with the attack itself. It was Malian forces who did the preponderance of the work here. Now it's just wrapping up. So I mean, I don't have a list of everybody that was involved, but it's my understanding that there were some U.S. military personnel in Bamako, again, for other reasons, and that one or perhaps others of them, at least one I know of, that assisted in helping just simply physically move people that were trying to escape the hotel and get them to a secure location, but not involved in the actual operation to go against the terrorists.
Okay.
And I'm sure more information will come out in the future about how this transpired. Again, this is all just happening or just concluding, and so I just don't have more detail.
When you say the chief of mission is accounted for, was he or she at the hotel?
No, our ambassador was not. This was, as I said to Matt, this was largely people that worked in the mission, but that were staying at the hotel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask, do we have any information on whether this attack is linked to ISIL, or is it too early to say?
All I can tell you is that an Al-Qaeda affiliated group has claimed responsibility. I'm not in a position to confirm the veracity of that claim, and so I think it's too soon to tell right now.
John, is it true that it was led by Mukhtar Mukhtar, who was responsible a couple of years ago for the attack on that oil facility? Is it the same person from Al-Qaeda in Al-Maghrib? Is it?
I simply don't have more details about the claim of responsibility. It's an Al-Qaeda affiliated group, Al-Mora Baton.
Yeah.
Claim responsibility for the attack. It's an African jihadist group that's affiliated with Al-Qaeda. I just don't have more information than that. And again, I'm not in a position at this stage to confirm the veracity of that claim. Right. I think this all just happened. The Malian government will be investigating this, and we need to let that work continue.
But you can't confirm or deny that it is Mukhtar bin Mukhtar, because there were rumors that he was killed a couple of years ago or a year ago or something like this. But he keeps emerging.
I don't have any additional information about responsibility, Saeed. I just can't. Yeah.
Just to clarify the numbers, you said about a dozen Americans were rescued from the hotel. And
some of those were mission personnel.
Some, but not all. Some were not involved with the mission. And separately, the chief of missions safety has been established.
Yes.
The chief of mission was not there.
Yes. Okay. As I said at the outset, all chief of mission personnel are accounted for and are in a safe location. Yeah.
In fact, because Al-Qaeda was out of the pictures in recent days or months, and other groups like in Paris and others were attacking innocent peoples. Is that because Al-Qaeda now wants to come on the headlines? And where are they now? Where they have come from?
I'm a spokesman for the State Department. I'm not a spokesman for Al-Qaeda, so I wouldn't begin to try to. Thanks
for explaining that to us.
No, I mean the premise of your question is that I should somehow be able to speak for their intentions and their attempts to get publicity, and I won't do that. There's no excuse, no rationale for this kind of violence, no matter who's responsible, and no matter how it turns out what the claim is, and whether it's this Al-Qaeda affiliated group or some group that's doing this completely separate and distinct from Al-Qaeda. I don't know. And I wouldn't begin to try to speak for their motives. It's obviously reprehensible. And we're going to work with Malian authorities to the degree that they want our help and assistance in helping in the investigation and any other way that they can use help to bring these people to justice. But it should be also no secret to anybody that Al-Qaeda offshoots continue to exist and to metastasize in Africa, in the Levant and in the Middle East. And that's why we are so, you just heard from Brett McGurk specifically about ISIL. That's why we're working so hard in the international community to find ways to combat groups like this. But again, what their rationale was, I couldn't begin to tell you other than just to sow terror and fear, which is what groups like this are all about.
Finally,
question.
I'm sorry. Finally, let me ask. Many people are asking all these groups where they are getting the financing, arms, and who is supporting them, financing them, and also training them, and who is buying their oil or arming them.
Goyle, again, I couldn't possibly begin to answer that question. We know there are multiple sources of financing and resources for groups like this. It's regrettable, but they do have streams of revenue and obviously have the ability to attract people to their cause. That's something that we're working very hard to combat. But I couldn't begin to give you the balance sheet on how this group that claims responsibility for it or any other terrorist group does that. What's important to us is that we continue to work inside the international community to combat all those areas of sustenance for terrorist groups. It's hard work, but we're going to stay at it. Ross?
In terms of the larger relationship between the U.S. and Mali, there is no military aid going to Mali because of the coup from 3 years ago. So how much assistance can the U.S. government legally provide to Mali? One, as it tries to investigate this attack, and two, as it tries to guard against other possible attacks. You know, this government's been dealing with Islamist groups since before 2012.
Well, look, I'd say our relations with Mali have been strong for decades and have been based on shared goals of strengthening democracy and reducing poverty. Our interests in Mali include promoting stable democracy and improved governance, promoting regional security by combating terrorists and traffickers, reducing chronic vulnerability by improving social development, increasing sustainable livelihoods, and encouraging growth and opportunity. It's a relationship that we're going to keep working at. Mali remains a willing U.S. counterterrorism partner. The United States resumed initial security assistance cooperation with Mali in 2014 with an emphasis on institution building, civilian control, justice service delivery in the north, and respect for human rights. And so the State Department's anti-terrorism assistance program offered an initial crisis management seminar for senior Malian officials involved in planning responses to terrorist incidents. And I think you can see some of that pay off in the way they responded today. I would also say note here that they're one of 6 countries participating in the President's Security Governance Initiative, announced at the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. And that initiative focuses on the management, oversight, and accountability of the security sector at the institutional level. So,
sorry, what did you call it? Security governance?
Security Governance Initiative, announced at the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit.
And then one more. In terms of the 10,000 or so UN peacekeepers that are in country, of which the U.S. has been a part of this current mission, do you think that this mission, you meaning the U.S. government, is doing enough to help stabilize and secure Mali, or do other steps need to be taken in order to prevent future attacks such as what we saw today?
Well, 3 things. One, we still believe it's an important mission. 2, we're going to continue to support it. And then 3, in the wake of an attack like this, I won't speak for the UN and what they will or won't do in terms of re-examining the mission, but
as someone who has contributed blue helmets.
Was that?
But as a country that has contributed blue helmets.
In the wake of an incident like this, you know, once you have investigators go through it and work their way through, you often learn things, lessons learned, that might affect the way you change your counterterrorism posture, operations, resourcing, whatnot going forward. And that could very well be the case here. I think it just happened today. Nobody's going to leap to any rush judgments here or rash decisions. We need to let the authorities continue to work through the scene, let the investigation conclude, and then we'll go from there. But I won't speak for the UN. It's just common practice in most countries when you have an incident like this to examine what happened and then make adjustments as you need to do going forward.
Can we move on?
I want to just make sure that we understand one thing correctly. What you said when you were talking about the role of U.S. military forces who happened to be there was that some number, at least one, helped hostages get to
one that
safety.
I know of.
One that you know of. Yeah. But none were actually involved in fighting against the hostage takers, to your knowledge.
To my knowledge, that is correct,
but
Arshad. I would refer you to the Defense Department. I think that that's what they're saying as well. But to my knowledge, no.
And they just happened to be at the hotel?
I understand. My understanding is they happen to be in Bamako, And obviously some of them were either at the hotel or very close by. In order for at least one of them to have helped assist, they must have been in the vicinity, obviously. But I simply don't know. I think the Pentagon said there was about 24 in Bamako. But where exactly they were and what they were doing there, I wouldn't be able to speak to.
And then last one on this, to your knowledge, those that did go to help hostages get to safety, was that something that they were sort of ordered to do in some organized fashion, or was that just something that they chose to do on the ground because they were there and thought they could help?
I think it's the latter. I've seen nothing at all in traffic today and conversations I've had that this was some sort of ordered or directed. This is just U.S. Service personnel, at least one of them that I know of, who do what they do so well, which is run to the sound of guns and try to help. And that's what my impression is of what happened.
Thank you.
Just one last follow-up on that then. Is there any suggestion, I know it's early days, but is there any suggestion to your knowledge that the presence of US personnel in the hotel was a factor in it being chosen as a target? Or was they just randomly there?
I don't know. Okay. I simply don't know that.
Can we move on? Yes. Do you have any travel by the Secretary to announce?
I do not.
Oh, okay. Well, do you expect him to be having Thanksgiving, spending Thanksgiving week in the United States?
I think the Secretary is looking forward to spending Thanksgiving with his family. I do not have any travel to announce.
Well, as you will probably know, it's been reported elsewhere that the Secretary is leaving, and one of the places where it's been reported that he's going to be is Israel. And I wanted to ask you about something that came up at yesterday's briefing, but which had, I think, literally had just happened a little while ago, and that was the killing, the murder of this college student from Massachusetts. Do you have any more American citizen college student? Do you have anything to say about that? More to say about that than you did yesterday?
I don't have anything additional to say. Obviously, the Secretary was deeply saddened to hear of the death, and we're obviously concerned by it, and we're going to continue to monitor the situation and the circumstances as best we can, and our hearts and prayers obviously go out to the family.
You do, and I know that you don't like to play or get into kind of name calling, but you do think that he was killed in what was a terrorist attack, right?
I don't think that I'm in a position to characterize the circumstances right now. But again, we're mindful of what happened. Secretary sends his deepest thoughts and condolences to the family.
But you don't think that it might have happened in some kind of a robbery gone bad or something, do you? You believe that it wasn't just a run of the, I don't want to say run of the mill, like a criminal act? Because it's certainly not being looked at that way.
Yeah, thanks. This is what I was looking for. Yeah, thank you for prompting. We do believe that about the death of Ezra Schwartz, an American citizen from Massachusetts who was murdered in a terrorist attack on Thursday while in Israel to pursue his studies. Again, we extend our deepest condolences to the victim's family, friends, and community, as well as the family and friends of the 4 other people killed in yesterday's tragic events. The Secretary is also concerned about the 5 other American citizens who were victims of the attacks and wishes each of them a full and complete recovery. We continue to condemn in the strongest possible terms these outrageous terrorist attacks. These tragic incidents underscore the importance of taking affirmative steps to restore calm.
Do you, the other 5 Americans that you mentioned were all wounded yesterday, or is this over the course of?
No, it's the same attack.
This seems like an awful lot of Americans to be killed or injured, no?
Well, it's obviously disconcerting. We don't want to see that. If you're asking me if I could draw a line of causation here or intent or motive, I can't.
All right. Well, the student from Massachusetts was killed in the West Bank, and I'm just wondering if there was any. Have you been in touch with the Palestinians about this?
I'm not aware of any direct communication with the Palestinians over this particular.
How about with the Israelis?
We've had communications with the Israelis about it. Yes.
Can you say what kind of communication?
At various levels, I would just say.
No, but I mean, for what? Just details, or have you? What happened?
To discuss the incident with them and to get their views and perspectives.
Okay.
Yeah.
Follow up on that. Do you know, were they dual citizens? I mean, these 5 Americans that were attacked. Don't know.
I don't know.
And the person who was murdered, was he? Do you know what he was doing? Where he was killed?
I don't.
Or whether he was working maybe with Israeli army soldiers?
I don't have that level of information.
Okay. Do you have any comment? Today, the 87 Palestinians were injured today, many of them by live ammunition. Do you have any comment on that?
I haven't seen those reports, Said.
Okay.
Obviously, look, you guys have access sometimes to information here that I don't. I haven't seen those reports, but nothing changes about what we said before about wanting to have calm restored and violence to end.
But I mean, this happened like many hours ago and so on. So reports have been all over the place that in these confrontations with the Israeli army, whether in demonstrations,
we continue to condemn the violence, Said, and want it to stop.
And my last question. A couple of days ago, 450 new housing units were announced in Ramat Shlomo. Do you have any comment on that?
A longstanding position on such actions in East Jerusalem as well as in the West Bank is clear. We view this kind of activity as illegitimate and counterproductive to the cause of peace. We remain deeply concerned about Israel's current policy on settlements, including construction, planning, and retroactive legalizations. We remain unequivocally opposed to these kinds of unilateral steps that seek to prejudge the outcome of negotiations. The President has made clear that the parties must demonstrate with actions and policies a genuine commitment to a two-state solution. Contentious actions such as this announcement demonstrate just the opposite. They're going to have detrimental effects on the ground, increase already heightened tensions with the Palestinians, and further isolate Israel internationally. At this sensitive time, we call on all parties to redouble their efforts to restore trust and confidence, promote calm, and return to a path of peace. Okay.
Staying in Israel, Jonathan Pollard was just released from prison. He's expressed an interest in traveling to Israel, though, of course, the terms of his parole wouldn't allow him to leave the country. I know the White House has weighed in a little bit on this, but can you say whether there are any discussions with Israeli officials about whether a loosening of these parole conditions might be in order?
No, I'm not aware of any such conversations, and as you rightly said, the White House has already expressed their view that the Justice Department is going to handle his release on parole according to standard procedures, and that he will be subject to the general travel restrictions which apply to all parolees. DOJ will have more details on that.
I just want to go back on your answer to Saeed on the questions. You said that this latest announcement will further isolate Israel, and I'm just it may very well, but I'm wondering, is that your message today simply because you were asked the question about those settlements? Because there's no question. You haven't said anything about the Palestinians being isolated because of massive or a large spate of attacks, including on 5 or 6 American citizens, one of whom died just yesterday. And
I think we've been exceedingly clear about the degree to which this violence is doing nothing to help us get to peace and to eventually a two-state solution. So yes, I stand by what I said in terms of there's a difference here between settlement activity, which we continue to consider illegitimate, and we've said before that it's not doing anything to get us to a two-state solution, and that it could continue to isolate Israel internationally. That's not a new statement. And while we don't want to see settlements, it's not the same thing as wanton violence like we've seen in this case. And we have been I think very strident about the danger of increasing violence, continued violence, to not just peace and stability there, but to the ability to achieve a workable, sustainable two-state solution.
Is there any thought about what you can actually do to try and reduce the tensions beyond and reduce the violence beyond what the secretary did when he was in Jordan last time, trying to get these and the steps that he got the Israelis and the Jordanians to agree to as regards the Temple Mount? That doesn't seem to have. They don't seem to have worked any magic. They don't seem to have decreased the tensions, and I'm just wondering, is there any thought to trying to do more to get them down?
They were never intended to work magic.
Well,
I don't think anybody.
Well, I mean, that's not what I'm. I mean, I wasn't. That was a.
Oh, your
bad,
words. I'm
well,
just
I know.
repeating
I mean,
they were not intended to work magic, and
down.
you're right. The tension hasn't gone down, and the secretary continues to be concerned about that, and continues to urge all sides to take appropriate steps to do that. I mean, nobody understands how complicated and how challenging this is more than Secretary Kerry,
right.
And I think you can expect that he's going to continue to work at this very, very hard, but. Though we have not seen a decrease in the violence from our last trip to the region, and from the agreements he got from both Israel and Jordan, I don't think the secretary would even intend to tell you that he expected immediate results as a result of this. It's going to take work on all sides, not just us. And he's going to stay at it, and he's going to continue to press his concerns with leaders in Israel and Palestine.
This will be my last one. And just wondering, does the administration believe that settlement construction and building in East Jerusalem contributes to the violence that we have seen? That might be a factor in motivating Palestinians?
I don't. You've heard the secretary talk about this. That you have to look at a range of activities that aren't contributing to getting us back to a two-state solution. And I think the secretary has been clear. He's not drawing a line of causation between settlements and the violence.
Okay.
So he's been very clear about that.
Thanks.
Has the plan to put cameras on the Temple Mount been dropped, or is it just slow to implement?
It's not been dropped as far as we're concerned. The authorities and technicians in Israel and Jordan are supposed to be working this out. I don't know the status of that. You'd have to talk to them. But as far as we know, there's been no intent, no effort, no decision to not move forward with that. Barbara?
Is the aim of trying to reduce tensions not only to stop the violence, but to maybe create an atmosphere where you can restart a conversation about some kind of a peace process? Or is Mr. Kerry's plate full with trying to solve the Syria conflict?
Secretary Kerry's plate is very full on a lot of fronts, but he doesn't believe that it's so full that he can't continue to work at this issue specifically. And obviously, it's difficult to have a meaningful conversation about a potential two-state solution when there's still such violence going on. And so our immediate focus is right now in trying to get the violence stopped, get calm restored, so that adequate space can be, political space can be created for discussions, meaningful discussions going forward on a two-state solution can occur. But it's difficult to get there, to have a discussion about that when people are still being killed. Yes, in the back there.
Can I switch to counter ISIL?
I don't know. Can she? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. President Hollande said earlier this week that he wants to meet Obama and then Putin to kind of have a grand coalition. And we just had Brett McGurk here talking about the coalition that already exists against ISIL with 65 countries. Putin's going to Russia, to Iran and meeting with Supreme Leader, and also seems very interested in trying to become part of this grand coalition. How do you see that they might mesh, or are you all preempting in a way Putin being involved with the meeting with all the ambassadors next week?
I think that I think this discussion about coalitions and who's in and who's out is being just way oversimplified. And I can tell you that in his meeting with President Hollande, the secretary came away convinced and heartened by France's the commitment by the president and France to continue and to intensify their efforts against ISIL inside the coalition. They are a significant contributor to coalition military operations as well as other lines of effort. And it was very clear to the secretary coming out of Paris that those contributions would continue, and as I said, likely increase. President Hollande has said that himself. There is a 65-member coalition fighting ISIL. That's the coalition. And as we've said before, if other nations not in the coalition want to join it and to be a part of it and to focus on the fight against ISIL, well, then that's a conversation that we're certainly willing to have with them. But in order for that to work, every member of the coalition has to have the same focus on defeating ISIL. And thus far, you talked about Russia, we haven't seen that same commitment. It's inconsistent with the goals of the coalition, which is to defeat ISIL, if you're also propping up the Assad regime and flying missions in support of the Assad regime and helping the Assad regime stay in power. It's simply inconsistent with the core goal of the coalition itself. If Russia's serious about this, about going after ISIL and changing the calculus of the military activities it's conducting inside Syria, well, then that's great. And we'd be willing to have a discussion with them about how they might be able to contribute to coalition operations. We're just not at that stage right now. Thanks. Yeah.
What is the core goal? Is it to topple Assad, bring him down, move him from power, or is it to defeat ISIS? Let's say on the scale of 1 to 10, are they the same? Is one larger than the other? What is the goal?
The goal is to degrade and to defeat ISIL. It's been that since the coalition was formed.
Because the issue of Assad keeps coming up all the time. It's on par with defeating ISIS. But
what is on par?
I mean, like both at the same time, so to speak. You want to have Assad removed from power and ISIS defeated.
Coalition
at the
is
same
not
time.
the coalition was not created. It was not formed. You just heard from Brett McGurk walking through what the coalition's doing. There's nothing in the coalition mandate to remove Assad from power. There's a political track. There's a diplomatic track that the secretary is pursuing that will get us to a political transition in Syria away from Assad and to a government that can be responsive to the Syrian people without Assad. That's a diplomatic focus. Now, can these efforts support one another and be mutually complementary? Absolutely, because if you have a responsible government in Syria that actually can issue governance on the whole country and keep Syria whole and unified and pluralistic, then you have the strength, the vitality, the foundation, good governance, and we've talked about this for a long time, to not only kick a group like ISIL out, but keep them out. I mean, one of the reasons they've been able to fester and grow inside Syria is because there's been no governance in vast parts of Syria that they can take advantage of. And as the secretary said last week in a couple of speeches, I mean, there's actually been a sort of a symbiosis created by the lack of legitimacy by President Assad. So these two efforts can be, should be, and will be mutually supportive. But militarily, specifically militarily, the coalition to counter ISIL is about countering ISIL. That's its focus. And the missions that coalition aircraft are flying, the advice and counsel, training and assistance that coalition members are giving indigenous forces on the ground in Iraq and in Syria, all that is designed to go after ISIL.
Same subject. This entire
I wouldn't be able to issue you operational timetables from here, and I wouldn't even if I had them.
About the smuggled oil you just mentioned and the whole oil business, many criticize the U.S. government that it has been 14 months and this oil business has been going on, but now U.S. moves to take out many of the targets. Why it took so long to get this point to take out the oil business of ISIL?
We've long been focused on the oil revenue that ISIL has been able to use and to have access to. Yeah, I mean, a year ago in my previous job, I talked a lot about what we were doing to get at oil collection points and some of their crude refinery. I'm sorry, not the crude refinery, but the advanced refinery sites that they had, the temporary refinery sites. So going after their oil revenues is not a new idea. And I wouldn't speak to the timing of specific targets, and that's for my DoD colleagues to talk to about when and how. Oil trucks are hit, and with what weapons and to what effectiveness. That's I wouldn't go there. But getting at sources of revenue is not a new line of effort. In fact, it's one of the original lines of effort when the coalition was formed, and it's not just about hitting oil trucks and refineries. There's lots of different ways. They're getting resources from other ways too. I mean, one of the ways we talked about this a while ago, that one of the reasons why ground matters to them, aside from their fantasies of being a caliphate, is that you can extort resources, financial resources, from capturing infrastructure. The Beige Oil Refinery isn't just important to them because of the oil. It's infrastructure. It's a way to capture human resources as well, to keep an oil refinery like that going. So there's a lot to this. That's why territory matters to them. That's why ground matters to them. And one of the prime ways they get money is extortion and frankly just flat out robbery. Bank robbery. We've seen that too. So this is not going after financing is not a new idea. And it's something that we're going to continue to pursue. Yeah.
New subject, quickly. If Secretary had met with the Army Chief of Pakistan or not?
Yeah, I talked about this yesterday.
And have they discussed this ongoing problem, ISIL and all these problems?
Yeah, I read this out yesterday, Goyle. He met with General Sharif yesterday. Yesterday. And they talked about the counterterrorism relationship between us and Pakistan.
We stay in South Asia?
Sure.
Bangladesh. Do you have anything to say about these planned upcoming executions?
Bangladesh. I don't have anything on that, Matt. I don't have anything on that. Let me take that. Do
you have anything on upcoming executions in Saudi Arabia, specifically the Palestinian poet, Mr. Ashraf?
Yeah, we've seen those reports about this case. I can't confirm specific details. The United States strongly opposes laws, including apostasy laws, thank you, that restrict the exercise of the freedom of expression and religion, and urges all countries to uphold these rights in practice. These are universal rights enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which all governments have a responsibility to protect. I got one more. Yeah, Jenny.
Thank you, John. On North Korean human rights violations, and do you have any detail about the resolution of UN General Assembly, the Third Committee on the Human Rights situation in North Korea? Currently, what is decisions they're making?
On the 19th of November, the U.S. joined 111 other UN members in strongly condemning the ongoing systematic, widespread, and gross violations of human rights in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. These egregious actions include torture, public executions, arbitrary detentions, political prison camps, and the extensive use of forced labor. We encourage the Security Council to continue to discuss the human rights situation in the DPRK and to consider the relevant recommendations of the DPRK Commission of Inquiry, including on accountability. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Two, the college has been a beacon of hope and enlightenment for those who seek freedom and equality through knowledge. Hosting today's event is befitting of the legacy and our ongoing mission of empowering our students and the broader community through access to education and transformative dialogue. Historically, Black colleges and universities like LeMoyne College have been on the forefront of social and political change for over 150 years. Thank you. Today is simply a continuation of this noble tradition. Hillary Clinton, I applaud and thank you for recognizing and paying such profound respect to this legacy by selecting our campus as the site for your organizing event today. We know you've taken a great interest in HBCUs, having done multiple events on HBCU campuses throughout your campaign. To our students in attendance, I hope you pay close attention to what Hillary Clinton has to say. You have been given a wonderful opportunity to hear firsthand from a person who has served as First Lady, as a U.S. Senator, as Secretary of State, and one who very well could be America's first female president. Hillary Clinton, has even outlined a policy plan called the New College Compact that would make it easier for students to afford to attend HBCUs just like LeMoyne and to make sure that debt is not a problem after students graduate. Again, thanks to Mrs. Secretary. It has been a pleasure working with your team to make this event a reality. I wish you Godspeed on your campaign trail. Thank all of you.
White and red. Mic check. Okay.
All right now, it's the Memphis train. Here we go. Train number 1 is gone. Train number 2 is gone. Train number 3 has been gone. How long must I wait for you? All right now. Come on, everybody, get on the Memphis train on today. When you see me drop my handkerchief on the floor, I'm getting ready to crawl. When you see me falling down on my knees, I'm getting ready to crawl. I said, ooh, the Memphis train. Ooh, the Memphis train. Here we go. Train number 1 is gone. Train number 2 is gone. Train number 3 has been gone. How long must I wait for you? Come on, everybody, go to Memphis train. How long must I wait for you? How long must I wait for you? I said, ooh, the Memphis train. Come on, everybody, get on board. Ooh, the Memphis train. I said, ooh, the Memphis train. Come on, everybody. Ooh, the Memphis train. Ooh, the Memphis train. Come on, everybody. Ooh, the Memphis train. Don't get left. Ooh, the Memphis train. Here we go. Train number 2 is gone. Train number 3 has been gone. How long must I wait for you? Come on, everybody. Hey, 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 hey. How long must I wait for you? How long must I wait for you? I said, ooh, the Memphis train. Ooh, the Memphis train. Are y'all on board? Ooh, the Memphis train.
Question. Can I ask you a question? I said, can I ask you a question? How many of y'all want to get funky? I said, how many of y'all want to get funky? Yeah. Yeah. All right now.
Music, yeah. That sweet soul music, yeah. Just as long as it's swinging, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Out here on the floor now, and we going with the go-go, and we're dancing with the music, oh yeah, oh yeah.
My light on you, Russia. I don't feel at all, y'all. Singing love ain't hurt nothing. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
ready now. Sing it fast, 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 fast. Fast, 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 fast. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hey. All right, all right. Hey.
Spotlight on James Brown, y'all. He's the king of them all, yeah. He's the king of them all. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. Hey, come on, y'all.
Yeah.
Come on, clap your hands with us, y'all. Now, come on.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Check this out, y'all. Oh, yeah. Say, I like to get the feeling, y'all. 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 Oh, the music. Oh, the music. Oh, the music. Oh, the music. Come on, say it with me, y'all. I like to get the feeling, 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 y'all. Oh, the music, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tennessee State Representative Ramesh Ekbari.
All right, Memphis, are you excited as I am for Hillary Clinton? All right. All right, before we get started, I see all these smartphones. What I need you all to do is text RALLY, R-A-L-L-Y, to the number 47246, okay? So text RALLY, R-A-L-L-Y, to the number 47246 for a chance to win a signed Hillary Clinton poster. All right? I personally, I'm about to text myself because I want that poster. All right, again, last time, y'all, that number is 47246. Okay? All right. Okay, y'all, before we bring out Secretary Clinton, I want to tell you all a little bit about why I support Secretary Hillary Clinton to be our next president of the United States of America. All right? Now, y'all, I don't support Secretary Clinton just because she's a former First Lady, not because she served in the Senate representing New York, or that she was Secretary of State during the Obama administration. Those are all awesome achievements, all right? I support her because of what she did with those positions, all right? As First Lady, she reached across the aisle and championed to make sure that children across America had health care. All right? She went and courageously stood up to dictators and said, women's rights are human rights, and human rights are women's rights. As a senator from New York, she stood behind first responders when our country was at one of our weakest moments on September 11th, and she made sure they had adequate health care. And when she became Secretary of State during the Obama administration, number one, she had to repair our image after those dark and terrible Bush years. She has received accolades from Republicans and Democrats alike for her job when she was Secretary of State, even negotiating a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. Come on, y'all. She's a bad sister, right? But with all that being said, I support Hillary Clinton because she is a fighter for us. She is a champion for men, for women, for children, for all of us. She's a champion for the middle class, the backbone of America. She supports increasing wages. No more of that 1% and hope it trickles down. Those days are over. She supports making sure that our senior citizens can retire with dignity. Yes, yes, yes. So that Republican challenges to privatize Social Security just will not work. She is a fighter for all of us, from the baby to the oldest among us, the most seasoned among us. So, and she's been a fighter for us for 40 years. Secretary Clinton was educated at Yale. She could have just gone into corporate America, made her money, and gone home. But instead, she said, no, I'm going to be a fighter for the people. I'm going to fight for their rights, y'all. She's fighting for Memphis. She's fighting for Tennessee. She's fighting for Democrats across this country. Because I cannot wait until March the 1st when I can walk in that voting booth and select Hillary Rodham Clinton to keep moving forward so that she can keep America moving forward. Because we are one America. We are not a purple state. We are not a red state. We are not a blue state. We are not a black. We are not a brown. We are not a white. We are not a yellow. We are one America, and we are ready for Secretary Hillary Clinton to be our next president of the United States of America. Thank you all, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Steve Cohen and Hillary Clinton.
Good afternoon, Lemoyne Owen. I can feel some magic in this room. It is a great honor for me to be here and see all these beautiful Democratic faces. And a great honor to be with my candidate for president, your candidate for president, our candidate for president, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Now, you know why she's the best candidate for president. We all know it, and that's why we're here. But let me say this. She has been fighting for us all her life. She went to Yale, but she fought for us with the Children's Defense Fund because she cared about people and children. And when she was First Lady, she fought for universal health care. There is not a more prepared person to be president of the United States, not only this year, but maybe ever. First Lady, Secretary of State, Senator, and she knows the problems of the world. She knows the world, and she can stand up to anybody that's out there, even Donald Trump. Yeah. When it comes to knowledge, she is huge. She is smart. She is passionate. She's caring. She will see to it that the gap in wealth that we experience now will be lessened, that people will get more opportunity to go to college, to have a better life. And she will see to it when it comes time to appoint new Supreme Court justices that we have the best. 23 years ago, I had the opportunity to introduce Hillary Clinton. She was campaigning for her husband. She was looking forward to being First Lady. Now she's looking forward to being the First Lady President, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Thank you. Boy, oh boy. Thank you so very much. I am thrilled to be back in Memphis here at Lemoyne Owen. I very much appreciate the college hosting us. I want to thank Andrea Miller, the president of the college, all the faculty and students, Bob Simpson, the chair, all the members of the Board of Trustees. It's a special pleasure for us to be here with you on this campus. Thank you so much. I also want to thank your congressman. Thank you so much, Congressman Cohen, for your work and your passionate advocacy on behalf of the people you represent. I got to tell you, I loved coming to Memphis in the past. You know, I didn't live too far away for a long time, just across the river. We have anybody from Arkansas here tonight? My husband and I appreciated the hospitality and the friendship of folks from Memphis, and it's always good to be back, and especially to be here with you as we begin working toward the primary here in Tennessee. You know, I don't think there could be more at stake in an election than this one we've got coming up. Here at home, we have got to do a better job in raising incomes and providing opportunity for all of our people. And around the world, we have to show leadership to keep our country and our friends and allies safe and secure. I know how hard this job is. I've seen it up close and personal. I was so proud of the job that my husband did when he went from being governor of Arkansas to president of the United States. And at the end of those 8 years, we had 23 million new jobs. Incomes had risen for everybody. The top, the middle, working folks, poor people. And then along came another Republican president. You know, when you end up handing the next president a balanced budget and a surplus, think of what we could have done with that. Think of the investments in education and health care and job creation. But that's not what happened, is it? Now, after the 2008 election, then President-elect Obama called me and asked me to come see him in Chicago. I didn't know what he wanted. Turns out he wanted me to be Secretary of State. But before we talked about that, he said to me, "It's so much worse than they told us." I said, "Mr. President-elect, that's exactly what my husband said to me after that election in 1992. Now, I know that my Republican friends don't like me to say this, but the economy does better with a Democratic president in the White House. And I can guarantee you, the Republicans don't want us to think about how we ended up in that great recession that President Obama inherited, do they? 9 million Americans lost their jobs. 5 million lost their homes. $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. And so in comes a new president facing this crisis, the worst since the Great Depression. And I don't think President Obama gets the credit he deserves for pulling us out of that big ditch. Now, it is all well and good for the Republicans to criticize, but their record deserves scrutiny. And they are running on the same economic policies that have failed us before. Trickle-down economics, cut taxes on the wealthy, get out of the way of the big corporations. Well, we know how that story ends, don't we? So I'm running for president to get the economy working for everybody, to raise incomes for everybody. To make sure that the deck is not stacked for those at the top like it is right now. And we have to win an election to make sure we can do that. As I look out at this crowd, and it's such an enthusiastic, big crowd, I am struck by how many young people. There's somebody fainted. Somebody fainted over there. Can we get them some water, some help? Okay. Get somebody over there. So let me know if you need any. Is there somebody here who can help? We want to make sure that we take care of the lady who fainted. I thought it was the talk of Republicans that might have done it. But I am convinced that raising incomes for hardworking families is the #1 job of our economy. That's why I believe you deserve a raise increase, not a tax increase, and I'm not going to stand for that. I will also fight to raise the minimum wage, because nobody who works full-time in America should still be living in poverty. And we're going to create some more good-paying jobs. How do we do that? Well, for one thing, we're going to fix the roads, the bridges, the tunnels, the airports, the ports. There is no reason why we shouldn't be creating millions of jobs to make our infrastructure more competitive. And we're also going to create more good jobs from clean, renewable energy while we fight climate change, which is a real problem. We're going to do more to help small business because 60% of the new jobs in America come from small businesses. And I'll tell you, one of the fastest ways we could raise incomes for so many Americans and families is to make sure women get equal pay for equal work. And one of the most important tasks we have is to make sure all of our people, young and not so young, are well prepared for the jobs of the future. That's why institutions like this are so important. I have something called the New College Compact so that you do not have to borrow money to pay tuition when you go to college. And I want to make sure that we do more for historically black colleges and universities. We have to get the cost down, but then we've got to help people repay the debt they already have. I meet young people across the country who are paying thousands of dollars that they borrowed. I see heads nodding right here. Well, first, we're going to make it possible for you to refinance your debt. If you can refinance your house or your car, you ought to be able to refinance your college and student debt. And then we're going to save you thousands of dollars by making it possible for you to repay it as a percentage of the income you make when you get out of school. And I know that works because Bill and I did that. We both borrowed money when we went to law school, and then we paid it back as a percentage so that I could go to work for the Children's Defense Fund, not for some big law firm that would pay me more. I wanted to do the work I loved, but I had to pay it back. I want everybody to have that chance. And I want more kids to get off to a good start. That's why early childhood education, quality child care, universal pre-K is so important. And I will also defend the Affordable Care Act. The Republicans have tried to repeal it time and time again. But I want to improve it. We're going to defend it and we're going to improve it. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, out-of-pocket costs and prescription drug costs are just way too high, aren't they? So what I am proposing is a new tax credit of up to $5,000 to help families that have excessive health care costs. You never know when that's going to happen to you. Somebody gets sick, somebody has an accident. You've got to be prepared, but too many families don't have those resources. So I think we should all provide that kind of help through a tax credit so that nobody goes without the health care they need. And I will also make it very clear that we're going to go after these high prescription drug costs. I want you just to think about this. You know, us taxpayers, we pay to support the National Institute of Health, right? They partner with universities and drug companies to help develop drugs. And those drugs can save lives, extend lives. And then we pay for the Food and Drug Administration to test those drugs to make sure they're safe enough to be given to people. So we have an investment, we and our tax dollars, and then we get charged the highest costs in the world. It is just wrong. It's wrong, friends. you know, I represented New York, and if you look at the map, New York has a long border with Canada, and every week people would cross that border to go buy the same drugs cheaper in Canada than they could buy them in New York. So we're going to get the authority to, number one, change the tax laws so that the drug companies can't deduct the costs of all those advertisements you see on TV, and they put more money into actually research and development to create new drugs and treatments. And then number two, we're going to give Medicare the authority to negotiate lower prices like they get in Canada and elsewhere. We can do this because if people stand up and speak out, we can create the political pressure for change. And so I'm going to need you not only in the primary and the general election, because I'll tell you, I'm going to campaign in Tennessee to try to turn it blue in November of 2016. And I'm going to try to convince more governors like your governor here in Tennessee to expand Medicaid so that more people can get their health care needs. You know, I just came from Kentucky, just across the border, and the Democratic governor there, who's ending his term, expanded Medicaid. Before he did that, 14% of the people in Kentucky did not have health insurance. Then he expanded it. More people got it. And all of a sudden, they were taking care of health problems that they'd ignored for years. 90,000 of them got cholesterol screenings. 46,000 were screened for diabetes. 26,000 got breast exams. More than 13,000 got treatment for substance abuse. Now, that is care that they didn't get before. And if Tennessee would have followed that approach, the volunteer state would have seen 250,000 more people, primarily working folks, get coverage between 2013 and 2014. And I don't want to rub it in or anything, but Arkansas expanded Medicaid, right? Hundreds of thousands of folks just across the river are getting health care now who didn't get it before, or maybe they got it when they walked into an emergency room instead of getting taken care of before they had an emergency. So I'm hoping that Tennessee will do that. Now, ask yourself, why are Republicans standing in the way on health care and so much else? Why do they want to turn the clock back? Because they're not paying attention to the people, they're paying attention to the powerful and the special interests. That's why. And there's something else going on. A lot of the human rights, the civil rights, women's rights, gay rights, voting rights, they're also under attack by our Republican friends. They want to turn that clock back too. See, I think we can be stronger when we stand together. I think we are better when we support each other. I think one of America's great assets is our diversity. You know, yesterday I gave a speech in New York about what I think we should be doing to combat this threat of terror. And I'll tell you, it's real. I was a senator from New York on 9/11. I have seen it. I've seen what evil and hatred can do. So I take it very seriously. I'll tell you this, I will do everything in my power as your president to protect our country and to keep us safe. But we got to do what works. And And it doesn't work for us to act like we're going to shut our borders and pull up the gangplank. That weakens us, and it also validates some of what these terrorists are saying. We need to isolate them. We need to defeat them on the ground, and we need to defeat them in the air, and we need to defeat them online by going after their lies and their propaganda and pointing out they don't care about anything except murder and hatred and viciousness. We can win this struggle if we stay true to who we are as Americans. I'll tell you something else we need to stay true to. We need to stay true to people who are left out and left behind in our own country. We've got some really poor places in America. We got poor places here in Tennessee, don't we, Mayor? One of the poorest places is in coal country here in Tennessee, in Kentucky, and West Virginia, and Arkansas. My husband, when he was a young lawyer, he did black lung disease cases in Arkansas. So we need to take care of people who are left out and left behind. That's why I want to reinvest in communities. I want to get back to where the president's a good partner with governors and county commissioners and mayors and city councils, and we come together to figure out how we're going to help each other. So I need your help, and I need some water right down here for a lady that's right here. So does somebody have some water? Yeah, the congressman's going to deliver water. He is good at constituency service. And I know none of this is going to be easy. We're going to have to fight hard, just as I want to fight hard for you. So I need your help. Please take out your phone right now and text JOIN, J-O-I-N, to 47246. To get involved in this campaign right now. That's JOIN, J-O-I-N, to 47246. Sign up to help us here in Tennessee. If you're from Arkansas, sign up to help us over in Arkansas. And then go to my website, HillaryClinton.com, and become part of this campaign. Volunteer your hours, your time, your expertise. Donate if you can. Just be part of what we're building here. Because we not only want to win a campaign, we want to keep our country moving with confidence and optimism into the future. And we have to be really focused on what we need to do to make sure that we deliver fairness and justice and opportunity to everybody. That's why the very first speech I gave in this campaign was about criminal justice reform and ending the era of mass incarceration in America. It's also why I'm taking on the gun lobby. The gun lobby deserves to be pushed back. They have unfortunately made it too easy to get guns in this country. And I know that there are cases right here in Memphis. I am well aware of the Stewart case, just as I am with cases across our country. I have met with the mothers of so many of the young people who have died, both because of police action and because of gun violence, and we need to tackle both. We cannot let any young person become the victim of gun violence. So that's why I need your help. If you believe, as I do, that America's best days can be ahead of us, please join my campaign, join this effort. Let's go win for America. Thank you all.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on this Hillary Clinton event in Tennessee. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip for you. Earlier today, Ben Carson was in New Hampshire, filing for the New Hampshire ballot. Let's watch.
No, really. 100 years ago.
Yeah. And this box is 123 years old, still being used in the town. This is the town he lived in. And so when he cast his first presidential primary ballot, it went in that box. And the town's people will be putting their ballots in this box. In 2 months.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And we have upwards of 50 towns that still have used the boxes that they got 123 years ago.
Wow.
So technology, it gets obsolete quick now, but the old stuff.
Well, there's a place for history here.
Right.
We're looking for
So that's why it's just that. So you need your signature there.
And
that's okay.
Oh,
That's
okay.
okay. You got everything.
All right.
So that's here.
And that's the check.
Yeah.
And it's signed.
Yeah.
And legitimate.
Everything. So there's your declaration. So that part of it that's the official part.
But we will continue to try to heal, inspire, and revive our country. And it's just wonderful to be part of this history. So thank you all for everything that you've been doing.
Now, the last part of this is we've asked the candidate, this is a notice to voters. That is the official notice to them. You see, celebrating the 100th anniversary year. So, since this is the last day, it's kind of been taken. A lot of white space has been taken. But there's a little, if you have a few words, slogan, or something that you feel at the moment that. Great. Thank you. So, you'll come on this way, and this is, the people will. Yep. You follow. They're going to be right behind you. Okay.
Morning, David. Going back.
Hey, Paul.
Yes.
I just want to hit your country. I'm just going in there.
There's also a sharp.
So clearly, what we have. We don't want to expose our people to those, even though we may love all the other people from Syria. If they incorporate some of these radical jihadists who want to destroy us, we have to first use our brain. So just like I said, bring the kid in and make sure that they don't get attacked. And once you have that situation under control, you send your kid back out there. So clearly, what we have to do is have an appropriate type of vetting before we just, let people in without screening them appropriately. Having said that, I think it's very important to recognize that that is not the only option that we have, is bringing these people here. We can create safe zones over there, and I think it actually makes a lot more sense. And we can provide them with humanitarian support. And we need to be working on a ceasefire in Syria, and I believe we would be smart to be working on establishing a coalition government there, because you're not going to get one faction or the other faction in control without a great deal of strife, but you might be able to form a coalition government, at which time you can begin to repopulate the area, repatriate the citizens there.
Dr. Carson, some of the, Donald Trump recently said that he would support creating a mandatory database to track Muslims in the United States. Some of the other candidates in the Republican field have denounced that. Would you support the creation of such a system? And if so, how does that comport with your views on religious freedom?
Well, I think we should have a database on everybody who comes into this country.
I think he meant Muslim citizens in the United States, or U.S. citizens who are Muslims.
Well, hopefully we already have a database on every citizen who's already here. If we don't, we're doing a very poor job.
So do you condemn his comments that we should, have? I mean, the idea is stricter scrutiny, tracking Muslims who live here. I mean, what do you think about that idea broadly?
I don't think it's a good idea to treat anybody differently. One of the hallmarks of America is that we treat everybody the same. So if we're just going to pick out a particular group of people based on their religion, based on their race, based on some other thing, that's setting a pretty dangerous precedent, I believe.
Dr. Carson, do you favor more scrutiny of mosques, of more monitoring of I guess, Muslim organizations in this country?
Well, I favor doing whatever we have to do to protect the American people. This is what we have to put on the top shelf, protection of our people. And if, in fact, there are mosques where there's a lot of activity going on that's radicalizing people, they must be treated differently.
Dr. Carson, there's been a lot of questions about your preparation on foreign policy. I'm wondering what exactly those meetings with advisors have been looking like over the past couple of weeks.
Well, I get daily briefings, and I have multiple meetings with people. What I would say is actually listen to my policies. Actually listen to my solutions. You will find that they compare favorably with anybody, but don't listen to the narratives, that try to say, oh, he doesn't know anything, and therefore I can say exactly the same thing that someone else is saying. They say, oh, see, he really knows what he's talking about. It's just craziness. Listen to what I'm actually saying and stop listening to the narrative of those who want to try to create doubt in people's mind. That's the whole issue with going back and looking through every aspect of my life. I said, if you have a real scandal, I'm happy to talk about that. But I'm not going to talk every day about something that happened 50 years ago so that you can detract from the real issues that are going on. So let me just finish. What I encourage people to do, if you want to know something about foreign policy, ask me a question. Don't just sit there and say, he doesn't know anything about foreign policy. That doesn't make any sense.
And Dr. Carson, can you set the record straight on an advisor, Mr. Claridge, who apparently said that you were struggling to understand some of the foreign policy in his briefings?
I cannot explain to you what was going on in his mind. I really don't. I mean, you'd have to get that from him himself.
Have you fired
but
him?
I can, well, he's not hired, so I can't fire him.
Is he an advisor, a senior advisor?
He sat in on 2 sessions. And, we appreciate, his input, but he has not been a part of, the foreign policy team, has no idea what we've been talking about. So, I have no idea what he's talking about.
What was your reaction to that when you heard he had said that?
Well, I think my experience with many in the media is that they do tend to take things out of context for a story that they want to write. Usually they've already written the story. And I know that they were also referred to people who really are my senior advisors, who gave them the real story, and they chose to exclude that because they're looking for their narrative.
Dr. Carson, many of the GOP candidates have been critical of the president for not maintaining troops in Iraq and then therefore created the ISIS vacuum. The president did not do that because he did not agree with the stipulations of the Iraqi government regarding jurisdiction and liability. Would you have kept U.S. troops in Iraq with the conditions that the Iraqi government negotiated with the Bush administration?
You have to be able to prioritize in terms of good and bad. And the fact of the matter is, we broke it. You broke it. You own it. You don't run away from it. And it was said by many, including George W. Bush, that if you just left there and left it vacuum, he'd tell you exactly what would happen. And it's exactly what did happen.
So you would have left troops there, and they would have been subject to Iraqi law and jurisdiction.
Well, keep in mind, you have the ability to negotiate. You have the ability to change things. You don't have to accept just what they
Both
say.
President Bush and President Obama tried to negotiate that away, and they were unable to do that. Why would you be able to be successful in that?
We're all different people, and we all look at things in different ways. And there are lots of different levers that can be pulled. You know, the fact of the matter is, I don't think that there's anybody, even yourself, if you ask yourself, do you think it was a wise thing for us to leave a vacuum there for ISIS to be able to form? Do you really think that? Ask yourself that question.
Hey, Dr. Carson, you've spoken a lot about Nazi Germany. Do Donald Trump's remarks from last night remind you of registering the Jews?
I don't know what Donald Trump said last night.
He said he wanted to track Muslims with a database in the United States.
Okay, that part I did hear. I don't know that. I hope that we have a database on everybody.
What would you like to keep in that database?
If we don't have a database on every foreigner who comes into this country, we're being negligent.
Do you want to keep Social Security numbers in that database? What would you like to see in that?
Well, I want us to be able to know who they are. I want to know where they came from. I want to know where they're going and why they're here.
But that's already being done.
As the very beginning. If you want to add more things to that, we can talk about it and what the rationale is for it.
Would you subject American citizens to that as well, or just individuals who came here?
American citizens, there already is a database.
But you're talking about a more complex database than what's already
No,
established.
I'm not talking about anything.
Well, the database you're describing is already in place.
And that's what I'm saying. Okay. That's what we should have.
Dr. Carson, let me ask you about the selection process so far. Obviously, your campaign has spent more time, more emphasis on Iowa, but there are those who've been critical of the early contest states, New Hampshire and Iowa, for not being diverse enough to make the decision on who should lead the country. What's your take so far?
Well, I actually am not critical of the process, especially in Iowa and New Hampshire, because the people in those two states tend to be very tuned in to what's going on. And it can be sort of an early bellwether. It's not a perfect bellwether, it's not a perfect predictor, but it frequently will help to sort out who's real and who's not real. So I think it's an important part of the process.
So we see need to be made.
There's nothing that's perfect. There's always improvements that can be made, but I want to make sure that it really is an improvement and not just a change for change's sake.
You've spent more time in Iowa and South Carolina than here. We're not taking it personally, but I'm just wondering, do you think it's a better electorate, a more socially conservative electorate there than here in the Granite State?
I would have to say that I think all of the two states that you mentioned are a little more conservative than New Hampshire's, but that would not be the reason that I would go to one state more than another. It would be logistics and the way that things fit into a schedule. And, I have told, my people that I like New Hampshire and I like to come here more often. My wife has been here a couple of times on her own and had a very good time. So, but, it's the interesting thing is there are things that are changing right now that really help, I think, very significantly, and that is the way that social media is being utilized. So that you can be in Alaska and still have a pretty good impression of what people think, what the candidates' views are. And I think that's actually very helpful.
Dr. Carson, in your plan just now when you said that mosques should be treated differently, that would presumably entail American citizens who are Muslim having their civil liberties violated. Is that an appropriate method?
Did you actually hear what I said? I said a mosque where there is activity, terrorist activity or activity encouraging insurgency should be treated differently. And I would say that about any kind of institution, quite frankly, in our country.
So a Christian church that was...
If they were inciting, against the government and they were trying to create terrorists, of course, I would say they needed to be monitored closely and treated differently.
Dr. Carson, you were discussing before the coalition government in Syria. What exactly would that look like, and when would it be established?
Well, recognize that, Assad and that before that, his father, they have a very long tradition there, have established a lot of connections, and it's going to be pretty hard to just root them out. It might be a little bit easier for them to be part of a coalition. Obviously, you've got all the anti-Assad forces. And, one of the mistakes that we made in Libya and other places is that we assume that anybody who is against the establishment is better. Mm-hmm. And I'm not certain that that is always the case.
So would you form the coalition government with the assistance of Assad, or would it be separate?
I would want everybody involved in the discussion. You can't form a coalition without everybody being involved in the discussion.
Okay.
Dr. Carson, as this conversation relates to gun control, is there anything that you would change after the Paris attacks? Do you think Muslims should be allowed to carry guns?
In France or in America? If they are part of America and they're citizens of America, why would you preclude anybody from the same rights that everybody else has? I think that's a real mistake when you start doing that.
Dr. Carson, Armstrong Williams has spoken with some specificity about the number of foreign policy advisors that you have, and you've said that he isn't involved in the campaign at all. I'm kind of wondering, are the numbers that he is saying accurate? And when he makes those kinds of statements about foreign policy, is that something that reflects what's going on?
He's not an official part of the campaign. He's a friend of mine. I talk to him frequently. But he does not speak for the campaign.
So is it accurate to say that you have 13 to 14 advisors with whom you regularly meet?
We will be putting out a list of our advisors sometime within the next week or so.
Dr. Carson, you said previous that a number of months ago that there was a learning curve for you yourself based upon the fact that you just entered this race on foreign policy. By your admission, does that no longer exist? Do you think that you are completely up to speed on all elements to be commander-in-chief?
Well, in medicine, we have something called CME, continuing medical education. In order to be certified, you have to have a certain number of CME credits each year. That recognizes the fact that the field is constantly changing. The same thing really occurs with the world. So yes, I know a great deal more than I knew last year, no question about it. And next year, this time, I'll know a great deal more than I know this year. But it is a continuing spectrum of change. And you must always recognize that you have to keep up with it, and you have to keep up with the changes that are being made. And again, what I continue to say on foreign policy, and I really want to get this through to the media, is listen to what I actually say about foreign policy. Don't listen to what detractors say that I said. Listen to what I say. And I think you will find that the answers are quite consistent with someone who's very knowledgeable in the area.
On Facebook, you said something about our government finally admitted that there's no way to screen these adult refugees for bad apples. What exactly are you referring to? When did the government admit that?
Well, the government is composed of lots of different components. Here's the point. The point is we as a society, which includes our government, is recognizing that what we have in place is not adequate. There was a bipartisan group who agreed to that coming out of our Congress. They are the representatives of the people. And the people actually should be the ones who set the standards for governance in this country.
Dr. Carson, in July you were speaking to a voter with regards to the Supreme Court decision on gay marriage. And you had indicated that the Congress has laws that they can pass to affect the Supreme Court. And I was just wondering if you could give me a couple of examples of what type of laws that you would like to see Congress pass to affect Supreme Court.
Well, the fortunate thing about our country, and one of the things that Alexis de Tocqueville was so impressed with when he came here in 1831, is the separation of powers and the checks and balances system. And it works, and it has worked quite well for a long time, if each branch of government is strong. And what we have seen recently is a Congress that has become relatively dysfunctional and has not provided the kinds of checks that should be seen. And hence you see a judicial branch and the executive branch that perhaps feels free to overreach. Now, I want to see a situation, for instance, where you anticipate. So when the Supreme Court came up with the gay marriage ruling, they should have anticipated that people who believe in traditional definition of marriage might be adversely affected. And it's still not too late, but they need, obviously, to avert a situation where we're creating animosity and wars by simply putting into place legislation that protects the rights of people who have religious beliefs.
Does the Supreme Court have right to review that law for its constitutionality?
The Supreme Court has the right to review anything, but that's why we have a system of checks and balances.
Dr. Carson, on the subject of money and politics, on the subject of money and politics, you've said that you don't want to be beholden to billionaires. That, I'm paraphrasing, but that you're heartened by the response from the grassroots.
Correct.
As this campaign wends on and fundraising continues, what is the strategy going forward? Can you continue to rely on smaller donors, less traditional donors? How do you want this to go?
I love the idea that our campaign is powered by we the people. Next week, we will receive our 1 millionth donation. And if you know anything about the numbers in donations, you know that's a massive number of donations. From ordinary Americans, with the average donation being $50. And it's providing what is necessary. Have I spoken with some billionaires who were willing to give money? Absolutely. But only if I would listen to what they had to say and maybe make some changes in the way I thought about things. I'm not willing to do that.
Who were the billionaires?
I'm not going to tell you who they are. You know better than that. But the fact of the matter is, I don't like that system. I don't like the special interest groups. And they're not going to like me either, I can guarantee you. But, it's one of the things that has ruined America.
Dr. Carson.
What exactly do you mean by ruined America, though? How has it ruined America?
It has ruined America because it has affected the governance of this nation. You have special interest groups who, almost anything that comes out of Washington, D.C. that doesn't make any sense, it's not because our legislators are crazy, it's because special interest groups have gotten involved. That's the problem.
New Hampshire is considered a more moderate state, certainly, than Iowa. You are lean more toward the conservative. What is your plan to win the New Hampshire primary?
My plan in New Hampshire would be the same as it is everywhere. I don't change my message because I'm in a different location. This summer when I spoke at the National Association of Latino Elected Officials, they got the same message that everybody else gets. When I spoke at Al Sharpton's National Action Network, they get the same message that everybody else gets. And New Hampshire gets the same message that Colorado gets. Because you need to be consistent. And the things that affect us, as far as I'm concerned, the big issues, they're not conservative or liberal issues. They're not Democrat or Republican issues. These are American issues, and they affect the very fabric of our nation and are concerned with our existence.
But you need to spend a lot more time here, given that some of your opponents have spent 3 or 4 times more in the state than you have.
I don't sit there with a tally sheet and say, oh, he's been here 3 more times than I have, so I got to get there. That's not... I think the American people are actually smarter than that. And I think they actually have moved beyond the how many times did you come here state of mind to the what do you have to say? And what is going to help me, what is going to help my children and grandchildren in the future.
Will you be here as much as some of the other early primary states, though? Will you be here going forward as much as Iowa or South Carolina or some of the other states?
I hope so.
Granite Staters like to meet their candidates.
Yeah, I've been here several times, and I'll be here more times.
And New
And
Hampshire
we're
is about
actually going to-
unscripted
we're going-
moments. Have you had any
What's
since you've
that?
been here? New Hampshire is all about unscripted moments. Do you think you've had any while campaigning in New Hampshire?
Well, this is an unscripted moment.
And we have more moments downstairs that we're going to have Dr. Carson hold here. And if you would like to join us in the visitor center, then you need to come with me and nice officer Agent Benny here. So we're going to leave this way. But if you don't leave with us now, then you know how that works. You do not get to go in the room. So if you want to go to the visitor center for that lovely event, please join us.
Thank you, Dr. Carson.
Sure.
So no memorable moments? No good stories?
There are a lot of memorable moments. Like we had our 40th anniversary.
That's true. Where is Candy?
It was spectacular.
She's not here?
My college roommate died a couple of days ago.
I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, Dr. Carson.
I want them to say something interesting.
And has anyone given you a good answer on that yet?
No. I want, like, something interesting. A nice kicker.
Wasn't Martin O'Malley? Was it him that you said, like, I'm looking for one?
Yeah. No, Rubio. Rubio said that.
Oh, yeah.
Martin O'Malley just was like,
All right, guys, that is a wrap on the morning edition of Fox 10 News. Now, you can stay right at this link. You can stay in the chat. We are going to continue the show in about 15 minutes. Kinsey Schofield will be joining you guys at 3 p.m. Stay tuned. More news now ahead.